Our eye just got like really itchy for a moment there. But welcome back to the tomato stream for this technically Thursday, coming Friday. Maybe Thursday still. We are going to be doing the Unrealized reality story. We're probably not going to be reading it too much. Stick to like regular casual reading this time, since we're not really the most interested in this story plotline. But first off, before we do that, we got a couple of things to do first. Cough. Might not be animated, but it is a read of it, so... Also, apparently Story has a paradox sim now. Wow. Of course, it's in the, the prison map. Is that Jesselton? I feel like we have to, like, funnel them down the middle. Is the idea.
Come on, Mibu! Show them what Rhyme Lab's technology can do!
Vermin.
No need to panic.
You know, I guess it doesn't matter that we didn't put them in order.
Handle with care! Careful, beat him! Mibu number 3! Oh.
Too slow!
I guess we'll like literally just funnel them into the center.
Careful, be gentle with it! Careful, get him! Mibu number 3!
You're coming to Jesselton.
Too slow!
Get in the line of get him! Mibu number 3!
Suppressed just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
Whoa! If anything breaks, just make another one!
Yeah, Jesselton doesn't really...
All must
Poor
return to the
Jesselton.
existing order. None
Poor
may
Ryan
disobey
left.
the rules.
Alongside that, apparently... We got new modules for Monster, as well as Ray. Increase your attack speed. Know why you want you to finish chapter 1? Chapter 1 of the Archive? Cannot include any other sniper operators and members. Well, that's easy. Just don't include anybody else other than Abe Mujikan, right?
Here, Sand Beast. We need to get going.
Sa, 始めましょう。今宵のマスカレードを。時間は待ってくれませんわ。
Actually, we can just...
Yeah,
Right there.
you're here for me as needed. Got my bolt thread at my position. Yeah, not anymore soon.
Bossa, ありません。私たちの勝利に参加を。
Thanks, Sakyo, for having incredible coverage.
きっと今同じ作戦を描いていますわね。
Was there anything else I could do for a Ray's module other than just deploy her? These are skill ones.
As far as you go.
You know, just in case. In case it wants us to use like 3 times or something.
Got my bolts. I'm hearing movement.
失礼します。こっちこっち。
Right.
それ。みんなの息がどんどん合うようになってきたね。
And I'll quickly drop in for the monster one as well.
ドクター、私、昨日は悪い夢見なかった。
The other one for a raise was just do X amount of
ド
damage
クタ
that
ーは
we couldn't quite do because there was no other enemies to shoot at. That'll happen later. Monsters one actually requires a bit more effort. 715 2 gorilla shield guards.
When necessary, you'll see a more familiar side of me.
Double check if we have any other limitations. No, just monster and 2 shield guards. You see, this might be overkill. Doesn't matter. We're feeling lazy right now.
How nostalgic.
Splendida giornata quest'oggi.
The situation.
At least make me lose the coat.
Hark! Ne'er hast thou questioned the road thou strayed upon.
Keep.
Great mother, thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter rue.
Why the rush? The road to the afterlife is crowded enough.
Great Martha's ice yields to gentle warmth's embrace.
Switching forms. Communicate. This may sting a little. Just bear with it.
Her rip shield guard.
At least make me lose the coat.
Wait! For thy trampling of this hallowed ground shall beget bitter rue. Great Monk. Hark! Ne'er
Don't see how
hast
what
thou
damage now
questioned
does.
the road thou strayed upon.
To grasp this light, to sweep all wrongdoing
Twing.
from this world.
Make your decision. Wait, for the snow shall bury this all.
This may sting a little. Just bear with it.
Well, that's 2. The monster's done now.
They will cough up some useful information. The depths will devour your bones.
Sin is to be punished.
Make your thy trampling of this hallowed ground.
Why the rush? The road to the afterlife is
But
crowded.
Shilka didn't see it coming.
Make your wait, for the snow shall bury this all.
This long night too shall now end.
So much at least make
Hark! Ne'er hast thou questioned the road thou strayed upon.
任せて Wait a moment. I need to collect tissue samples.
Alright, that clears that, so...
マスカレードを開きますの。ご都合がよろしければ、ぜひお越しにな。When necessary, you'll see a more familiar side of me.
Let us move on to the story.
I understand the objective you've set.
It is tempting to, like, throw a 10 pull on Nasty. But, like, we're also, like, probably never gonna get to use her. Skybox, though. Drop as usual things, 3 pulls. No mets. And no special minigame, just the stages. First. And the X stages open next week. Convalesce of the Banshees. Who's a big Larry? Oh, it's Tin Man stuff. That's what they are. Oh, hi, La Carameline. There's still a ways to go before we pass through the reed beds and arrive at the roasting tree. Shall I take the helm? Shall I take the helm? The boats of the Convalesce were carved by incantation and are powered by the same. They have no need for physical strength to pilot. It's fine. Those 3 are busy running wild. Let them burn up some of that energy. They're more lively than I imagined. This is them at their calmness, if you can believe it. You don't want to see them rowing when deciding who can cry the loudest, or roar most like a mangler beast. They were turned up in that furnace for centuries, after all. They barely had a physical form. Barely had distinct identities. Anyone would be a rowdy after something like that? Quiet. The Convalesce. Pardon? Columbia, even a forward-thinking guy like me finds himself flustered at a taxicab door, struggling to find the handle of a newfangled model. Now as a change is Columbia's natural state. They were a pioneer and ever-advancing nation. She waits for no man, not even for a second. But here, when was the last time I came here? 200 years ago, after Kazda was picked clean in the wake of that bitter war. Vela had only just turned this valley into the home of the Banshee. Yep, can't have been easy, finding a place like this snuggled up to all these Originium Dust Mountains. Mist lakes rippling mirrors, sunken trees among the reed beds, horse carpeting the land in gold, and the Banshees working the oars of their boats, gently blowing on their leaf whistles. It's like the valley itself is breathing. Even after all these years, the Convalesce hasn't changed a bit. Aside from who fed me the first time round. Viola, my old friend. You're already moving to that wooden house under the tree? She did so last month, Tin Man. I heard she worked you into one of her tales, telling the children that the mists of the Convalis are puffs from your pipe. But a day later, when the children pestered her as to how you persuaded that empty suit of armor, or escaped being thrown to the furnace, and your name only confused her. She's starting to forget. Indeed, forgetfulness. Death's warning to a banshee. He moved into the house after that, like every other banshee she has seen off over the years, peacefully awaiting for the end to come. And off an old friend who's on my name. Didn't think my trip here would end up being so heavy. I would like you to comfort her, in your own way. You've given far too much of herself for us, for the Convalis and for the Sarkaz. You know her type, always insisting on wallowing in unknowable suffering. I simply hope that as 300 years worth of memories slowly leave her aside, you can find some solace. Oh. You here? Big tree. A Carameline. You require my presence for your goodbyes. Nobody here. But how? Viola left? Where did Banshee losing her memory even go? Whoa, why is the elevator so dark? I thought there'd be a window or something to look out. Didn't you read the Propeller Paradise handbook they gave out? For building suspense, so everybody here for the Air Expo Columbia gets an optimal high altitude experience. Advanced tickets sold like hotcakes. I tell you what, this is gonna blow those dime a dozen rinky-dink drones that we've been popping up everywhere the past 2 years. Alright, no need to show off how well you memorize that handbook. You've already put propellers on every piece of furniture in our house that can take them. Every Colombian these days hear the word sky and get all worked up into a tizzy. Also, did you notice? Even after all this time, you still haven't reached the levitation layer. That means... this means this park really is as tall as you had to say. And our latest levitation tech really can hold up an entire building. You come to the right place, dear. Where's that music coming from? Is this... an elevator ad? Oh! Hi everyone! I'm Oakley, your guide to the park. I get it, being cooped up in that little black box must be awfully boring. I want to get to the punchline already, but once you get your one-of-a-kind view of Alterra from 600 meters up, it'll be worth it. In 40 seconds, we'll be arriving at Propeller Paradise's levitation layer. Before that, I'd like you all to noodle up on one question. What sort of change will the sky bring to our lives? You might have already had the chance to try the flying cars in the lower level exhibition area today, fitting tires for Iridium thrusters. Soon, the only place you'll see anything with wheels or tracks is gonna be a museum. Doesn't matter if it's a baby stroller in a Magic City. Today, we struggle to decide whether to go to Minos or Siesta for summer vacation. But our indecisionitis is only gonna get that much worse once every star in the sky is a potential holiday destination. The gifts you bring home for your kids after the tour might be a model of the Ring Lab, or maybe a DIY and rocket kit. But it won't be long before an extraterrestrial playmate is the newest preschool trend. Tonight we'll be gathered by the radio, betting on whether the station will, out of all the songs about the sky, pick our beloved Goodnight Kristen right. But soon we'll be forgetting all about that bassy or raspy crooner, because the solar wind will be our new strings, and the galaxy will be our custom-ordered jukebox. The sky is Columbia's next frontier. That's more than just Vice President Jackson's campaign slogan. Propeller Paradise proves that every Columbian can be the greatest of pioneers. There'll always be a place for you somewhere beyond the star pod. The Air Expo Columbia begins in just 7 days, and with it, everything I just said. Hold on to your tickets, or should I say, your keys to the future. Everyone's seen this guy over opening over Trimounts, of course, and the old adage of seeing is believing has never been more true. So come, see, then believe. Ding dong. Propeller Paradise Experimental Park. It's nice to finally meet you all. Recognize me? I'm the model for the funny cartoon guy you saw just now, Oakley Parsons. Welcome to Terra's one and only levitating experimental park nomadic plate. Let me use Propeller Paradise. Damn, Skybox, you looking sly, dude. Got a fucking tiger print tie? Welcome to Propeller Paradise. Your investment's greatly appreciated. Oh, is this restaurant the highest point in the park? Being this close to the sky is really making my heart skip some beats. That's your drink of choice. Your jaw has been hanging open this moment since the moment you stepped off the elevator. So I imagine you must be the mighty thirsty right about now. How considerate of you, Mr. Tannen. What a fine administrator you are for this Propeller Paradise. His name is Gordon? Wow, jeez. I know just how you feel. I first heard about this park back when I was with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Art Units, and Originium. And my mouth went so dry it was like I'd been stuck in the desert for days. Ever since Vice President Jackson gave that speech before Congress about Columbia setting off in the sky 2 years back, I've really been hoping to be one lucky few to reach up and touch the star pod. That's why you gave up the chance for a promotion at the ATAO. You had been work for Propeller Paradise? That's right, sir. The fact of the matter is, got a keen eye for potential. Propeller Paradise got DC's back in the moment it started construction, becoming Columbia's only nomadic plate with an autonomous administration. The British Department of Defense and those departments are just as hardheads have no authority here. Even us bureau folks are only allowed to leave a rulebook on the table. 80 years of Virginian product inspection rights. Gone. Poof. As for non-government agencies, only Mainlanders Emergency Management Council has the right to stick around. Unfortunately, they only worry about unusual accidents that might happen in the park. This place isn't even 6 months old yet, but hundreds of sci-fi tech companies have set up here. We've got here 10,000 researchers coming and going, and the Intellectual Property and Information Security Office gets almost 100 patent applications every day. I have to say, Propeller Paradise has been developing much faster than I expected, in so short a time. You're right in the mark. In 7 days, the park will be linking up with Max DC, officially cutting the ribbon on the Air Expo Columbia. The whole country will be watching the opening ceremony. Every company here is going full throttle in the R&D they're about to show off. No better time to invest than right now. I still got a few concerns. Concerns are normal, risks and all that. But as they say, this park in the sky, I'll be supplied right into the pot for you. I've already poured out the celebratory champagne, so don't let it go to waste. Trust me, it'll slake your thirst. Your thirst for everything. Oh my god, am I really singing about the clouds? Are those really foul pieces flying under my feet? This is crazy. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Thirsty? Or do I sound like mad? Well, sounds like I need some Dr. Oxygen. Dr. Oxygen tank. Wait, this is a drink? Stiffer than a stiff drink? Softer than a soft drink? Your best friend in the sky, the best choice to beat the summer heat. Our park special brew? Dr. Oxygen. Don't be honest with me here. Weren't you jealous of Sancto wings when you were a kid, even if they can't fly with them? Well, be jealous no more, because drinking Dr. Oxygen is like plunging your tongue into liquid wings. It's sweeter than your wildest dreams. What's with the ads? Shouldn't she be giving visitors basic info on the park's upper level? just leave it be. Look at the big smiles on the guests. It takes something special to sell ordinary soda like it's a revolutionary invention. Our refreshing soda goes great with the sights and sounds of Propeller Paradise. Okay, everyone, follow me. I'll introduce the park's levitation layer. The upper level has 11 main platforms and 20 auxiliary ones. These two passages are the streets, while flexible cables form the foundations of the platforms. Well, that's a nice room. Just like the structural layer down the ground, the levitation layer divided into the experiment zone and the exhibition area. Each tech firm is allocated a few levitation pods that serve as labs for researchers, or exposition spaces for the public to try things out for themselves. The high altitude elevators only bring you to the lowest levitation flights. This railway station is a local traffic hub with more than 100 flight pods attached to the cables. These cable cars are the only real way to get around. Want a more exciting way to get around? You could try the emergency jump pads on the support platform. Just don't tell Park Security I said you could do that. I will say that P-Expo rules mean you can only test a few of the exhibits right now, but I promise you're still going to be feasting. And, as a friendly reminder, the strong sunlight up here will make people thirstier than usual, but there's all sorts of flavors of Dr. Auction available on every levitation platform. No need to worry, everyone. You're not getting addicted to soda, you're getting addicted to the sky! Pleasure doing business with you, Dr. Tannen. I knew I picked the right man to work with the moment I heard you managed to get the feds to approve this place's special status in only 2 days. Pleasure all mine, sir. Now, if you would just please sign here. That old gentleman's been signing there a while now. He a friend of yours? Sorry to interrupt your business, just came here looking to reminisce about the good old days. Well, I'll be. Stav here was my boss back at the bureau. When you show up, in this park in the sky, I'll be fly right into the pot for you. I was saying I talked to Mr. Tannen's like me real deep. Morning. Morning. Welcome to the stream. Young. You skipped the best part of the story, though. Story goes that the Felbies of the Colombian wilds are mighty sly. Tough little guys to catch. But the pioneers of the Great Expansion managed to figure out a way. And they tied some pretty feathers to their pots and hang up a few dozen of them around their camp. I'll think it's a punch the mate. So they let down their guard, spread their wings, and swoop down. Then, bam! Headfirst in the back of the pot, there's a lovely gal, a fellow waiting for them even as they meet their maker. Wait, you mean? I'm still spinning the tall tales of that old yarn, Gustav. Last time you said the little beasties were smart enough to tell snare from seduction. And they never fell for it. And that they never fail for it. I know you dropped by because you're worried I get my tongue tied doing business. I'm not the same kid I was 7 years back. I know how to behave. Incident the 40 ATAO chief came over to back me up. You so concerned, sir? Seems I was misunderstanding things. Since the both of you gave me your guarantees, I'll just sign right here. Exactly what I wanted to hear. Looking forward to working with you. I didn't get enough teaching me back at the bureau, Chief. I had to come out of retirement to run me through the same old curriculum in a different classroom. Well, I never taught you to tell lies on your government applications. That investor's still in the vetting phase, too. Oh, what? When the bureau tells tie your hands and mouth and let your tail do the talking? Remember my words real well. But, where's the results? Still a third over the target. Seems to me you'd do better if you untied your hands and mouth. What'd you say? Could explain. Take a look at your terminal. I'm not just the administrator anymore. You got total control over Propeller Paradise. You actually recommended me for a chief executive of the entire park. Managing Propeller Paradise needs a special touch. Forget. It's the Bureau, man, so don't make us look bad. I need you to remind me, Chief. When you got everything handled and the expo will go off without a hitch. Good cocky kid. You and I both know that investors saw through your tricks, even if he signed a huge deal with you. And you won't go back on it. Every company on Flower Street Exchange with the word Sky in its name is guaranteed a sky-high IPO. Columbia's taking great strides into the air these days. Even little kids who can't spell Starpod Play are putting rockets. That is a weird phrase. On their folded napkin aircraft. I'm sure you know where the Sky Mania came from. Paramount, years ago, 1 million people witnessed a miracle. If it wasn't for Kristen and Wright, all your talk about progress, the future, and conquest wouldn't be worth a dime. When Ride and Lab first submitted their park project plan to DC, we were still inspecting butts and tails for immigration. There's only one thing in Propeller Paradise I don't control. It belongs to the one who started the whole thing. You'd better get a bridle around your wrists here. You only got 7 days. What are you gonna do? Dang, you have some wild hair. I need the parameters, Sky. And send them over already. The values for this floating botanical unit have deviated. His name is Skyjagger? This is the first time we're using plants to perform long-distance energy transfer instead of the usual cables. There are still too many unconfirmed hypotheses. We need to compare the data from this unit with the ones on the upper level if we want quick results. Load up for you, Director. No need. The light sensors in this unit are extremely sensitive to the directionality of the light using as an emergency source. Errors actually mean it's getting a passing grade. I just told you this 2 hours ago. Sorry. Let me ask again. What a tree is planted in the unit you just gave me? You saw my resume when I interviewed, Doctor. You know I'm no botanist. I do. You're not earning a degree by glancing down at the list of plants you're holding. Got something else in your mind? The advanced ticket tour should be over by now. The guide was supposed to bring the visitors down to the lower level exhibition to see around the vivarium 20 minutes ago. If you're excluded from the pre-expo, then Brian Lab's gonna get kicked out of the park when the real expo starts. Nice hard hat. Occasionally visitors of the Propeller Paradise will notice Ryan's logo plastered in the facilities and talk about the legendary company that performed the miracle of opening up the sky. But very few of them notice, under layers of levitating installations, under the very ground itself, Ryan Lab Director standing beside an unremarkable hole in there. We don't specialize in attracting visitors, Sky. Honestly, I forgot what I was good at pretty early into the 6 months I've been here. You stuck a dozen of us researchers into the vivarium after setting up in the park, making us into the saplings and debug the botanical units. Also, the park could have a few fruit trees for decor. Large-scale experimentation or anything. Do you think we're just here to be gardeners? No, I know the vivarium is our expo showcase. To bring Lab's legacy, even if it has to stay on the ground. But how long has it been since we last looked up at the sky? Nasty Lunare looks up. Years ago, deep below the outskirts of Trimount, she would stand at the bottom of the shaft and look up at the night sky in much the same way. It was round. People. She'd cover with just one hand, but at the same time she found it captivating, frightening to the mind. But now, the sky has become altogether unfamiliar. Our mountains, biotechs, solar boats, Jabella's disc lab, Koczynski's high-precision astronomical telescope, and Mama John's all-weather floating billboards. They crowd the sky with pure concentrated Columbia. Ryan proposed the park with only one thing in mind: how to make buildings levitate longer, using a structural engineering approach. Coordinated linking levitating plates, the oxygen and water systems for the experiment zone, this planting unit in my hand. They're important parts of the park's fundamental structure, and Ryan's achievements. We have only 7 days until the expo begins. We need to finish testing and checking all the exhibits as quickly as possible. For Propeller Paradise's engineering department right now, don't forget your duty. That's all. Your dreams, Kristen dreams in the sky. You're gonna die like that. Light filters through the rectangle, levitating objects, or falling onto Nasty's face. She does not reply. She simply pulls down the brim of her hard hat. You know what?
こんにちは、ドクター。
We're gonna do single pulls for like the guaranteed high stay. And if we pull the character, so be it. Bang.
Lancer Fang, Captain of Reserve Op Team A1.
1, 2. Wait.
Caster Stewart reporting in.
3. Kind of half hoping we just get a regular gold
My codename is
so that we don't
Vivo.
waste
I know
pity count. But you know, bam. There's the gold. Okay, we don't waste our pity count.
I am Yunqing Ping,
Oh, hi, record keeper.
here to assist with the Sui regulator's work.
Didn't he just give us the Primal Defender? Do we risk doing the full 10 pull? Screw it. Bye. Heal up really quickly. We'll hit 10.
Hello! I've never been in such a big mobile.
Bang. Give us another gold.
Hello! I've never been in such a big mobile.
7.
Caster Stewart reporting in. I'm glad to.
8. Okay.
My name is Plume,
Changing the white
formerly of the Pontifica.
white pills. 9. Blue. White. Okay.
Popcar from Operation Reserve Team 8.
And 10.
Following the guidance of the Arcana.
We'll probably leave it at that. We are literally. We have a if our pull count is correct. Just checking our thing here. We are 4 away from hitting 50 pull total on standards. Oh, we literally just pulled a record keeper. That's kind of funny. But yeah, we won't commit to the pull for Nasty. Because we kind of want to save our pity for Zima altar later. It's a nice palette. Are these all? No, those aren't high ground. Are they? Yeah, that seems so like weird feeling. Can levitate when buoyancy is available. Units inside can block aerial enemies when levitating. Well, we're gonna try with our usual like Avimudka only. Just to start with. If we have to bring in bigger guns, we will bring in bigger guns. You know what? Logos can be a part of the squad.
Questions are destined to be answered. Rules bound to be analyzed.
Please. A fist fight with Saria. Sound of rapid punching. The incantation draws an invisible wall in midair, blocking every one of the Weaver's punches. Letters are breathing in her alma mater. The Trimont Institute of Technology on her boxing gloves are soaked with sweat. Finally, the Weaver stops. Let's call it a day. Thanks for agreeing to be my partner, Nasty. We've only done half your normal routine. It's time for you to go. Have you said goodbye to the others? Yet, Miriam goes without saying, Rise in Yarag. I don't know the new directors of HR and structural all that well yet. As for Justin Jr. and Ferdinand, better that those two see each other in private. They can give each other an audience to name drop fancy banquet guests, or rattle off a couple of fanciful theories that are this close to crowning a new king of science. Besides, just a business trip. There are a few things that require a business trip from the head of engineering personally. The district has approved our application to consolidate resources for the Horizon Arc project and continue developing levitation technology based on the legacy of Galeria Stellaria. But they have also opened their doors to every tech firm in Columbia, designating an entire plate for the purpose. A list of names, some ministers from the ETAO, even Maylander. Our proposal is now merely one of thousands, they're showing as much respect as they could by allowing Ryan Lab to provide foundational engineering support for the plate. Government officials, tech firm representatives will be very busy on the plate. You're not used to dealing with these things. I haven't heard you complaining about anything. Control. The star pod is recovering, but the eyes cast up to the sky linger. When common sense is turned upside down, what was once ignored has naturally become the center of attention. Naturally, with the announcement of the special loan policy, one-third of the major enterprises have added an aerial operations department. SMEs are climbing one over one another to jump on the Sky Fever bandwagon. I know what you're implying, but I'm not interested in political games. Even if how things develop is out of our control, Ryan Lab must maintain the initiative as the original proponent in order to protect what Kristen left behind. Not so hard to understand. Yes, well, thanks for helping out. One more thing. Why did you hang a sign that says Component Control Section outside your old office instead of moving into Kristen's old room? I'm used to this place. Musa has asked the same question. She grabbed my arm and asked with watery eyes whether I made this choice to honor Kristen, or there would always be a place for Kristen at the company. I suppose you just feel more comfortable in your old place. Personally oversaw every little detail here, after all. You were watching over my shoulder the whole time I was furnishing your office. Even more OCD than Parvis was. Run Lab is the same as that ever was. Wouldn't quite say that. At least staff who come looking for control will actually find it once in a while. Not sure you're the right person to say that. That's why you chose me for the trip. Right here? Yes, that's the right angle. Way the branches of the main trunk will not be affected. Past. Give it a tug for me before we pave it, Sky. Next set. Light sensor performance, normal. Rotation altitude, stable. Energy input output, check. This needs a tug, too. Oh, and get the assembly net from the toolbox for me as well. And still need the high-speed screwdriver and multi-function wrench then. Depends. Huh? What happened to your voice? Were you? I would love to help. Whatever says you're hanging from my buttons, and I'm holding 5 keys. I really can't take anymore. Alright, I'll get it. Does Sky leave? I told you 3 times that he was going to the levitation layer for inspections. You didn't acknowledge him at all. You could have given me a heads up. The first Rula secretary he is. Stand to one side and smile politely, only stirring when directed by your boss, and shut your ears when the conversation turns confidential. I assure you I did not hear any of the figures and nouns that you just discussed, but I understood a word of it. Read now. You're from administration, Warden 10 and Secretary. Flattered that you remember me, Director Lunare. My name is Mercia. You call me Mary. Mr. Tennant would like to invite you to lunch. He manages work inbox. He received your last 16 rejections. I'll get straight to the point. I know he's not interested in foundation engineering, and he knows that I have no interest in proposals outside of work. Lunch, though. Have you changed your mind? It is indeed a time for lunch. As he flips through a toolbox, taking out a rectangular object wrapped in foil from underneath all the instruments in neatly packed toolboxes. Mercia's curiosity brings her closer. She wants to know what could make this editing Mac director Brian Lab decline the most luxurious course like Cloud. The park's fine dining establishment. Her cracked beard and a pickle in the impeccable secretarial smile, however, as she watches Nasty Im passively unwrap the object. And which is this? Quick. Lunch? A ration bar. What? See, I cannot look away from the brick. Are you hungry? Take a bite. I suppose. Thank you. You didn't have to say yes. Second rule of secretaries, never decline an offer from your boss's guest. The smallest trifle might sour a relationship. How many rules are there? Mr. Tennant gave me a booklet that is 2 centimeters thick. However, the most important one, and the one that I memorized first, was do whatever it takes to carry out your orders, for no one will listen to your excuses. Don't force yourself to eat it. Goodness, I mean, thank you for the hospitality. Overrule my own. Oh, it's a bit simpler. What is it? I was born in Casdell. The first rule I learned there is that food is precious and no one may lie before it. You're holding my lunch, Mercia, so kindly tell me the truth. What exactly does Mr. Tennant want to discuss with me? Damn! Just look at that! Look at that outfit! Reporting in. The core concept of this project is a perfect combination of zero-G simulation and wine tasting by substituting gravity with centrifugal force. You may spin, but your wine won't. Lucky Crispy's floating revolving bar, where it's not just the wine that makes your head spin. No need to read me the marketing copy. I'm just here to assess and ask questions from an engineer's perspective. Be the tester. Feedback after the rectifications. Yo, swag? A dude's dapper. Didn't sleep well last night. We passed the recheck, didn't we, Mr. Dagger? Don't tell we won't have our permit revoked. Well, Lucky Crispy's floating over revolving bar does not meet requirements, whether based on entering reports or tester feedback. We would love to solve the technical issue of unstable power supply, but time. You've had 3 days, according to the rules of Propeller Paradise. But it takes at least 5 days for developers to discuss a solution. Propeller Paradise has as many corporations as ours in the crossroads of Triman Square. Every driver has somewhere to be, but no one pleads the traffic lights. There must be another way. I know! We hire those close to 100 testers. We fire them and hire more researchers to the money. But you promised us yesterday. Shut up. I've reviewed the registration details for Lucky Crispy. You were a grocer in a small town, you lacked the professional knowledge for levitation technology research. Even if the banks have relaxed the loan criteria for businesses in the aerial sector. Stand up on Terra's first and only floating plate. Everything here must be worthy of it. Please, don't tear off that ticket. I put my life savings in the Lucky Crispy's. Please. But that's it. I'll be back to clean Trimon's office building windows in a couple of days. Go on, barf your heart out. At least we got a taste of life in the sky. Won't have anything to throw up when you get back to the frontier. Back to the cold and hunger. Skip the technical inspections for the opening. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Everyone on Propeller Paradise is racing against the clock to get across the finish line. Mr. Tan believes that any delayed projects caused by inspections will compromise Propeller Paradise's opening. In addition, reducing the amount of communication you have to conduct with other tech firms will allow you to devote more of your time to your Prime Lab research. Mr. Tan has your best interests at heart. My best interests? I spent years wandering the frontier when I first came to Columbia, in houses for the pioneer teams and killing bandits for the caravans. Life was hard until I finally got my big break. I had someone like Gordon Tan with my best interests at heart, handling everything I wasn't comfortable with. That would have been very fortunate, I'm sure. They would have died out there in the wilderness, I'm sure. Besides, what he really wants isn't for Ryan to forfeit our control over technical inspections. But you know, he imitate his negotiating style too well. The traps and pitfalls are obvious. I'm not a goddess. I'm not in the habit of diving into holes. Shut up. What do you really want? You are as astute and decisive as you said you were. In that case, I'm sure you understand that. Well, Mr. Tennant is in charge of Propeller Paradise's overall administration. He is Ryan that has a stranglehold on public opinion. He doesn't need any accidents at such a critical juncture, nor can he afford one. Therefore, he has put together a list based on product progress, and asked that you perform the inspection in this order. This way, at least the inspections will have minimal impact on the progress of individual projects, and minimize the chance of conflict, setting aside the issue of linear control. Less hassle for you, less hassle for him. I won't try to speculate about intentions of the order. You have a compromise. Give me the list. Thank you for your understanding, Director Lunarai. I won't trouble you any longer. It is really tempting to play nasty still. with our pity, not gonna lie. One last question. Which rule were you following in the negotiation just now? The 12th. Your boss didn't communicate his intentions with absolute faithfulness when negotiating. But you are his personal representative. However, yes. Before I came, Mr. Tan stressed how difficult the head of Ryan Lab's engineering section was. I packed blankets because I thought I might have to spend the night in front of your office. But that's not what I see. You don't need concern from other people, and you're used to cutting through the problem in the most direct possible way. But you still care about people. Which is why I now have the time to enjoy my lunch in peace. Something that I have not done in a long time. Thank you. Actually, it would be like, thank you. Off in the sky. Cannot be attacked by allied units and drones and does not count towards the defeated enemy counter. Gets one buoyancy, one into low. And a levitatable zone. Is this going to be all for like flying units? Oh, so pretty much when you're this is just all the high ground as well, and these are like also they're kind of the low ground. That's so interesting, actually. What the heck? Actually, loses HP and accelerates. No, not like they can reach that.
置につきました。
Without block, continuously steals splash damage starting units. It's literally dropping bombs. Constantly. We do have to wait the entire time because, we don't quite have, like, we don't have any other real range unit. We're currently in the middle of a thing that just is full of range enemies, I feel like. If this is how it's gonna be, we might have to actually bring characters other than Ali Mujika. Alright. One more.
Mission accomplished.
Okay, we're gonna just no more. I'm just gonna read. I'm gonna read normally. And did I hit you again? Call me Sky. Give yourself that name, Mom and Dad said. Good day. Good day, Helios Klalon. Welcome, welcome. Don't bring them into this. What have they ever done for us except use us as punching bags? They don't get to decide my name. I saw floor 6 use at TAT. Shit. T-I-T. I used off in every course that I wouldn't turn out like those 2 piles of garbage. Jeez. But you, don't you have anything better to do than putting Nike notes on my bag? Look, I don't know how to eat. If I'm here again. Frickin' hell, they just won't quit, will they? Stay behind me. You think you're all high and mighty wearing that white coat, eh? Eh? You and that... Jeez! Whoa, jeez! You and that little bitch there will always be slum dregs no matter what you wear. Must be some ditch. You wouldn't know greatness if I shat in your face. Say it again, I dare you. Andrew! What's that? Catastrophe! Run! Catastrophe, my ass! It's called exploration! Progress! Young man all bruised up looks at the sky. He forgets that he's in the dark and dirty alley with a scared logo behind him. Cannot help but go after that ray of light in the sky. Lone Shell's music. You're worried about the control? I actually haven't used us to worry. Same way, that's all we are. We play our own parts, and then she's lucky. One day, Castle 2 hangs from the firmament. I'll grave your name into my stuffs. Stoves. Stuffs. I think you would say staves to a degree, but you know. Excuse me, ma'am. Tell me about the one who went up the sky? Who's that? It's old version of Nasty. That's actually it's so funny that they included that. Kristen. Was Kristen right? Like Krispy's food beverage will cancel the registration tomorrow, Director. Didn't pass the recheck. Close. Not even close. They're one of the first corporations that made the transformation to get into Propeller Paradise riding on Sky Fever when review criteria were less strict. Well, what happened to the testers they hired? Our boss can't tell a motor from a transformer. I really just saw this name Propeller Paradise as an opportunity to get rich quick. Were you asking? Nothing. You seem like the name. They would call it Stellaria. You didn't approve publicizing the Ring Lab's technological... Yeah. No intention of criticizing the acting control's decision. An overly conservative decision-making will only cause us to lose the respect we deserve. Countless tech firms have appeared out of nowhere, based on nothing but speckles of data. The Ring lab that's shown upon millions of Colombians is now an educational toy is accessible to anyone above the age of 5. Space and the universe have the buzzwords on every Colombian's lips, but if you remember that they came from Kristen's experiment logs that were made public. No one is truly commemorating her, not even you, Director Lunare. Reporting and retrospection are historians' work. Helps to analyze validated data and follow a path that is effective and proven. And what has come of this data and path? For the past couple of years, Ryan has acquired a dozen smaller labs, making progress in projects large and small, a notable exception of Kristen's legacy. At this exhibition, we will publish Ryan's subsequent research into Galeria Stellaria for the first time, putting second-rate tech firms in their place, returning to the realm of aerial exploration in the public eye. Another Varium was built on the data transmitted down the Ring lab. The development of a plant-based energy transmission system represents a monumental milestone in engineering design. Nurturing sprouts, paving botanical units, technical inspections. While these are for the sake of progressing our experiments, is the Vivarium really enough? Wouldn't it not even get us a day in the sun from the pre-expo? Please, tell me, Director Lunare. Ryan has bigger goals, don't we? Like how no one knew that Kristen was going to pierce the sky before the night she did it? Light over Trimount was a long time ago. Inspecting the next company. Take note of the change in order. Ma'am. Hi. I know how you feel. I know that Kristen was one who inspired you to join us. Many people looked up the sky that night. Not everyone chose to chase it. Forget what made you take the first step. I'll prepare the inspecting documents. Here's your pass. Agreement from a business directory. Once again, I welcome you and your team on behalf of Propeller Paradise. Next, can I help you? Canceling my business registration. What's the name of the business? Lucky Crispy's Food and Beverage. You'll be dismissing KU testers, correct? Yes, I have their files and my own here. Thank you. One moment, please. The Shadow Moon fall on my head or something? Why was I so sure I would make my money back that I hired 82 amateurs with no corporate experience? Every company does the same thing. Why does it have to be Lucky Crispies that gets the X? And gold certificates down the drain just because we were a little bit slow dealing with problems? Are you freaking kidding me? I crafted one boot Shadow Moon real estate to solve that stupid 3D levitating boundary marker technical issue. A bunch of cobblers. This has been processed, Mr. Aspen. The Propeller Paradise hotline will remain available until the end of the day. Okay. However, we have certain special needs, like what Shadow Moon real estate did. Can we help you with that? What do you mean? One staff member takes up the business directory that virtually everyone in Propeller Paradise has a copy of, and points to a phone number. No name, no address, just an unremarkable phone number hidden among thousands, as tiny as Aspen's hope. Phone call this number is going to solve all my problems. Crispies won't have to leave Propeller Paradise, correct? I want to withdraw the termination and the cancellation of the registration. Don't worry, no need to worry. Registration of Lucky Crispies has not been cancelled. However, you do not need to withdraw the termination of your tester. This phone call will completely solve your problems, and you won't need those people anymore. Oh, or a scam. Short, anything to stay up here. Mr. Tannen? Yes, Anastio, skeptical. You accept the list and agree to the proposal? Unless I checked the engineering department's inspection schedule for today, and exactly in the order that you proposed. How did you know? No, what he'll do when you choose. I know is that I'm at the apex of my life right now, and everything's going my way. Yeah? You're in good spirits. It's gonna take more than a Rhine director to move the needle. Open the letter on the table. From Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Art Science, and Originium. Dear Mr. Gordon Tannen, congratulations on the appointment as Chief Executive of Propeller Paradise. 2 pages? I've never seen a congratulation letter this long. The time a letter that I got 6 months ago on the border was 2 lines. One thinks the ATAO is a sweet gig, but I didn't get to embezzle shit from the savages in Sami. I was in Sargonian Rainforest. Old Fox hated me, and the rest of the ATAO turned their noses up at me. Now, he's retired, now I'm promoted. Things sure can change in a hurry, don't they? It's still light out, but a happy occasion like this calls for a toast. Champagne, sir? Dunberry. progress in your time with me, whether we're talking about nasty or this glass, or one for yourself. Thank you, sir. However, the rules are quite clear about not drinking on the job. Beast shit! It ain't bullshit, it's beast shit. That manual out of my ass. Okay, so would you like to say a few words? Yeah, the exhibition 6 days from now just the start. Opening address will be the toast of all of Columbia. Every rock will have my face on it, and the largest district in Shadow Moon will be named after me. Ryan, ATO, the district, no one ever is going to tell Gordon 10 what to do. This will be my propeller paradise forever and ever. Bottom up, bottoms up. Who are you? For the party? Hello, are you the chief executive of Propeller Paradise? Locally newly appointed guide for Propeller Paradise, I'm supposed to report to Mr. Gordon Tannen. Gordon Tannen spits the champagne from his mouth? Uh-oh.
ドクターの指揮、素晴らしかったですね。
Training stage. If we knew how many pulls we would get before the New Year event with Wang and Chen Alter, we would think about doing more another 10 pull to see what the pity is. But we really like don't have pulls.
こんにちは、ドク
We're
ター。
really
訓練に行きませんか？
unfortunately short of pulls. Murder on Corrosium?
Got it.
We're now in Propeller Paradise's levitation layer. Both the various shapes and sizes of the levitatable zones, those are the main focus of the experiments here. Both ground operators and higher ground operators can stand in levitatable zones to block aerial targets. These zones have very limited weight capacity. We skipped that. Any that? First attack after being blocked deals extra damage based on movement speed and blows away balloons at target tile. I'm in the sky all the way up high. I see a target coming this way. I'm gonna block it. Gotta watch out. In a levitatable zone with only one balloon mounted. The load capacity is maxed at one person, and that's you.
Tear him up!
Push the balloon? Oh, I'm not in the sky now. That balloon just got blown away. Bummer. Due to safety concerns, each time a levitatable zone rises or sinks, operators deployed aboard will immediately redeploy. Operators HP and SP will carry over, though any skills that were active will be reset. Right, that's the power for me. Can gear and see this levitation experiment through. One. Nope. Only they didn't forget to give volunteers barf bags. Right! Right, Dorman is like super bad with heights.
Cover me!
Time, just like your simulation.
Okay. So for... What's gonna happen when this one pops over here? Is it gonna push another balloon? No, but that's a lot of damage.
Does anyone need healing? Here's the medicine!
But it's good to know that that one only pushes the balloon that they're...
How's the
underneath.
medicine this time, everyone? I guess I'll ask when we get back.
The platform can only sustain a specific number of operators equal to the number of balloons on the... thing, because each balloon provides 1 buoyancy on the levitatable zone. Everything is essentially flying, it seems like. And this one... First attack after being blocked deals bonus damage based on the movement speed, and blows away balloons and powerful Balloons and powerful balloons at the target's tile. You don't really have any like good blockers, it feels like, but you know, since everything essentially is levitating, hopefully that means we can still keep using this setup. You know, except for Umiri, who has 0 block, but you know, we don't talk about that part. Shit, bro, take my name if you want. You didn't have to steal my entire past. The day you stunned me, I wrote the entire application myself. You're tired of her memory. How am I supposed to pull something I wrote a year ago from memory? Luckily, born in Bunker Hill, graduated Tremont College of Art and Science, previously worked as a guide in the Human Development and Technological Innovation Department of the District Convention Center. Innovation is misspelled. Shoot, damn you. Use my terminal and CV. Born has never hurt so badly. The holes in the onboarding process are obvious upon further inspection, but the real question is, why would she impersonate a guide? The Lieutenant Spy, the ODA agent? Pair of eyes that DC is keeping on him. The imposter has already made contact with many corporations that have preview exhibition. Dealing with her now means broadcasting his negligence to the whole country. Besides, Gordon has no idea how much she knows, whether she has ill intentions towards him in Columbia. Gordon does not dare to think about it any further. Your gaze wanders when you speak. Your voice is trembling, and you talk without rhyme or reason. I doubt Mr. Tannen would want such an Oakley promotion, right? Don't bring Mr. Tannen into this. Tell you. Shut up. Pretty little time to calm down, Mr. Oakley. Come with me to the reception room to rest for a while. Blah 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 blah, sending a message. Mr. Tannen, that's not why I just pulled your activity records from the park here. Try to figure out just who you are. Well, I'm throwing you off this plate. It won't matter who you are when you're on the puddle. When you're put on the ground 6 meters, 100 meters down. You get me? Now talk. Who are you? A guide. Balls, I'll give you that. The kind of guide that tourists need. My name is Fern. I'm a tour guide. Apologies, Mr. Oakley. Mr. Tannen will make sure that this matter is dealt with promptly. Believe me now? Of course, you can reach me through this terminal if you need anything. Now get some rest. I'll be going. Alright. Like whoever she is, she's a secretary. But the reason why we consider pulling is because we do have a lot of time before we get to the Zima altar banner, really. Like we have an entire limited banner as well. Not the role for secretaries. It doesn't feel like it, to be honest. Let's go through the list of Arknights events. This is the one time that we should really like set up a screen capture on our right screen. Like it really felt like this came up. This is entirely. Everything is still going as planned. It's gonna be super soon. No, you're. Yes, we have trials for Navigator 6. The TT side story. And we have a rerun of the with the U event before we hit Wang. Well, yes, because everything's always follows the same pattern as they always have. Why are you panicking? Like, let's see. Because you didn't feel like you had enough pulls? Well, maybe you should, you know, read ahead of what the events are sometimes. In fact, we literally told you what what all the events upcoming were. Huh? Oh, for that one, there is still a good amount of time for that as well. They usually give some amount of time. The way CN patterned it was at least 3 months, two and a half to 3 months. So after the CN New Year event, there is Vector Breakthrough number 2. The side story with what's his name, Balone, a funny red-haired pinchy guy. Stronghold Protocol Alliance 2. Rerun of the Necras event. And then we get the Zima Altar event. And then we get a short while of a dual channel The Cannot Gambling event. And then we get the big main story date celebration. You always see. He said Oakley got himself drunk a month ago after a breakup, and he gave you his resume instead of his contact info. So essentially, just imagine we still need a few more months to it's the New Year, and that the second half anniversary should happen around October, November-ish, is the usual timing. So he got himself drunk after a month ago after a breakup, and he gave you his resume instead of contact info. Gave you a chance to sneak into Pearl Paradise under his identity. That's when the Wiz banner was. Wow, it's imagine the fact that the Wizardel banner was also a half anniversary banner with a main story release. You know, who knows? Who knew? That's right. I thought I was an old banshee who somehow got lost in the Bleach Wasteland. Her memory was hazy and it difficult to communicate with her. Yes, and you suspected that she was ill and you were asking around under the guise of a guy like a Junie Smooth one. Why, you looked like you were up to something? Exactly. Full months here. You know, this is no ordinary place. You know what? Sure, we'll do the 10 pull and take the pity and see if we pull off better or not. Be funny. An agent in the Department of Defense, DC won't let you off the hook. Let's found, distort, and even dispose of you, all for the sake of tipping the scales to their side. Your district plant, and you've learned too much, and ATAO taught me plenty of ways to help you forget. But you're just a tour guide who cares for a client. You're a good person. We just burped. And Columbia will do good by a good person. You aren't going to press charges? Believe me, I'd love to, but too many corporations have noticed your performance at the pre-expo. You'll deal with your problems and get lost before they find out who you are. The longer you stay, the more I have to compensate the poor guy whose name you stole. What you want to do is clear the mind of your Banshee client, I can help. You know about Banshees. You know how to solve your problem. It's currently a Banshee, literally on the platform. A floating botanical unit connected. Electrical signal detected, charging drive unit. As smooth as user experience I've gone, hasn't it? Isn't it? Oh, this voice. Short circuit protection's kicked in. Unravel. Unravel! touch an overload converter with your bare hands, Rector. Works better than incantation. How are the readings? By exhibition standards, the technology for high-altitude energy transmission through plants is sufficiently mature. By standards of the expectations for the project, however, not good enough. The energy transmission threshold for the floating botanical unit falls short of the theoretical values. That prickly Forte kid would chill out a bit if you said as much to him. This guy is inexperienced, but he was right about one thing. This Vivarium is Kristen's legacy, and we owe it to her to do our best. Quite stubborn, going back to when we dug out the shaft together 5 years ago. He pulled all nighters to ensure structural integrity, enchanted the core materials and incantations. They can get you to take a break, not even your favorite gummy worms. Want to go catching? Do it at Lake Sligan. Now, assuming I approve your leave request. Yes. Right, I worked so many hours just because I was inefficient. Learned to write curses too late. My incantations suffer in strength and precision compared to my kindred, because they rely on sound as the sole medium. Why you modified your bone pen and use hole punch paper takes something like your casting? Yes, I took a lot of wrong turns. As he takes out her bone pen, a plain unornamented object resembling Ryan's technological creations, inserts into a sapling in the vivarium, and a white glow rises from the roots, through the branches and into the relief. It is as though a command has been entered into the whole vivarium. Terminals begin to execute programs, automatically recording plant and energy conversion data. Such an efficient programming language. Patience. Then we should make more efficient decisions at the Spellneck, despite the risks. What do you mean? Review the report again. Your work. Yes, ma'am. Hello, this is Ryan Vivarium Lab. Hello, Dr. Lunray. Mr. Tannen has asked me to express his gratitude to your reasonable accommodation that led to successful cooperation the last time. There are some follow-up matters to be discussed. Do you have time this afternoon? Yes. Excellent. I will see you in the vivarium in an hour. Right, the ropeway to Flandon Station, take the ring corridor. Alright place, aren't I? I'm here. Where's the light? Why is this room literally just like a single hallway? With some furniture and trophies? Heavens, where am I? Intruder alert! Intruder alert! That is a fishbowl that is currently floating with not even gloves, there's a literal just hands. Looks like it's ready to punch somebody. Entering bioscan, analyzing results. Species, Terran. Sex, male. Step level, pending. Talking fin beast. Mind your words, foolish Terran. I am a spaceman 054. Get your universe ID number immediately. Universe ID. Your corporate name, nitwit. Oh, Lucky Crispy's food and beverage. You're the partner that Sky Conqueror was expecting. Unfortunate that I won't get the chance to test my laser cannons. Don't touch anything, the supervisor will be here momentarily. Supervisor. 054, make sure you speak like an extraterrestrial entity next time you do the client exclamation thing. Aye aye, sir. Mr. Tannen. Shh, don't huff and puff. Nice thing to do when you stand in this collection of unique curiosities, like so which you'll not find anywhere else in Terra, to admire it with your eyes. Look at the one on your right. 5 years ago, I confiscated the possessions of a pioneer trying to illegally cross the border and found an unusual water circulation and filtration system in his trailer. He helped me find the core component in exchange for looking the other way. When the unit was assembled, I identified it as a locus of sorcery, or a Kaz witchcraft weapon. Goodness, it must be dangerous. Around, look behind you. This is a Trident Arts unit from Lithanian, created by witching cultists who wanted to amplify arts output so they could rip apart the fabric of reality and summon their master. Kinda crazy, sure, but its conversion and efficiency is 50 times the max allowed by propeller by Paradise regulations. Even an onion can fly with it. Wait, so you solved one with technological issues with contraband? Contraband? ATO made up the stupid rule about only using parts made in Colombia. I don't know and I don't care about the reason behind the decisions. All I know is that these rules are un-Colombian. They restrict scientists and force entrepreneurs to lie. A single humble ATO officer who imported inventions from across Terra into Propeller Paradise, harming the heart and soul of 1/3 of all levitating facilities here. 1/3? Run hundreds of smuggling operations without getting exposed? Every transaction, every deal has gone without a hitch under my management. Not even my secretary Mary knows my secrets. I need time to think about this, Mr. Tannen. Like Crispy has 1 day left. I got other things on my plate. I'll give you 5 seconds. Like Crispy gets a Mongol heart, or you let it die to your stubborn pride. Choose. Two.
始めるよ。 敵発見。時間は待ってくれませんわ。
A bunch of things.
失敗的な。あなたたちの終幕に。
Periodically search for nearby balloons or allied units that attacks them for some time. Well... Oh no, not the balloon!
誤差ありません。
How sad.
呼びましたか。たやすいことです。
Man, what a time. Should we put another blocker? Actually, yeah. Maybe? Yeah, it's fine.
任せて。
They're literally draining SP. That's actually kind of funny.
呼びましたか。
Keep on popping. Like the perfect position to stall that. The last ones are just like small fry flying in.
準備。
たやすいことです。
Okay, so the range extension doesn't really change anything for blockers. They kind of have to block to be able to attack the flying unit, which kind of makes sense. This is this Dr. Luna Ray, Ryan Lam's the youngest director ever. Dr. Wright's former right-hand woman and supervisor of the Bavarian and Propeller Paradise's engineering department. Oh, this is the follow-up matter you're talking about, Marcia. Well, yes, a guide can improve communication in the engineering department and promote emotional efforts for the Rhine Bavarian. Avoiding rather another frosty reception for Rhine, like what happened in the preview. I fear that botanically using above Propeller Paradise get their lift from incantations rather than propellers. Entirely. Incantations that do not use sound as a medium need to be combined with machinery to maintain operation. Content must be extremely important here. Would losing it have negative consequences such as loss of memory or illness? One pen is just a tool, and it does not have physiological effects. You relieve stress and recover your energy outside of work. The full course horn treatment help you relax. Which brand of horn care product do you recommend? May I check your horn to see how well it works? If you're asking questions that have nothing to do with our work, I'll have a researcher take you through the vivarium to answer any questions you may have. But there's some things I need to speak with Mercia here about. Alone. Banshee fangirl. What is Gordon planning this time? Why do you ask? Mr. Tynan understands that Ryan's current circumstances may give competitors certain ideas, and he does not wish to see it impact inspection efforts. He has the best of intentions. He already traded his conscience for that fancy suit. Besides, I have a hard time believing that an official guide would ask such irrelevant questions. Unless she had ulterior motives to begin with. I'm not making any accusations, I know you have to protect your boss, but you know you can tell me the truth. I agree it's unusual, but I don't think Mr. Tynan is targeting you. Plain. Only just recently came to an accord. There is no reason for us to put pressure on you a second time, in such a short period of time. Mr. Tynan is a careful man. He would have told me about it if he had other intentions, if only to avoid accidents. Unless he's keeping some kind of secret. He disappears from the office at certain times during the day, every day. At first I thought he was going out to talk to potential investors, but I spoke to an investor a few days ago who complimented Mr. Tynan on getting a contract signed in a single sitting. But he said his negotiations with a particular investor were rocky and needed more time. Why are you looking at me like that? You just violated the first rule of secretary. Oh, besides, you're not as tense as you used to be. Going over the clues. That's so. According to the rules, I should close my ears and mouth and only think about the interests of my boss. But now, I'm not sure what he's thinking. Oh, are you two talking with me? Yeah, haha. Glad to see the two of you getting along so well. You're the shy girl and I thought she would have trouble making friends outside of Work. Miss Tennant, I... Right of her rules too. You're a hell of a joker, you know that. Hope you're here for the comedy. Here to apologize. I know how exhausting it must be, making thousands of exhibits while preparing your own at the same time. I want to do my part to help. I'm a very professional kind. Only natural to be nervous when meeting your hero. I never knew I had a fan like that. She must be shy? Or maybe. Trying to avoid suspicion. What do you mean? In the guide, Mary, I have a few questions about Director Luna Wright that I would like to ask her. He's gone, sir. What? I'm nutty. Director Luna Wright, since the supply out all the planters have been cut. There's no error from the control program and no signs of hardware damage to the central control computer. Almost as if and to control them has been revoked. Yes, the computers that were supposed to supply energy to the planters are now running in reverse. Plants will die in minutes if the commands aren't repaired quickly. Note they've already begun to wilt. That is very quick. First the leaves and the branches and the trunks, the greenery that covers the lab walls is peeled off in a matter of seconds. Everyone stops to watch the disaster unfolding before their very eyes. They all know what the shriveled, bony branches signify. Not just the trees in desperate straits. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the saplings for exhibition. Those are our last ones. Everybody freeze! What? Propeller Paradise Police will take control of the vivarium effective immediately. Begin investigation into this incident. No one may approach the equipment until evidence collection is complete. Security! Yes, sir. Put the vivarium on lockdown. Yes, sir. Already lost your experiments, Dr. Luna Ray, but I have to ensure the safety of Propeller Paradise. Our researchers does have to leave the lab until the investigation is complete. I'll get someone else to handle the inspections. When did those guards show up outside the door? Alarm sounded, or after? I don't know what you're talking about. Huh? Researchers can leave. I won't. I'm a little too perfect, Gordon. A nice room, nice hallway. Goodness, no one's on my tail. Right, Miss Tannen? I'll go back on my promise to meet you in the vivarium. I think I found why I need to help the Banshee. Verna opens up her hand, a white object lying in her palm. Minutes ago, she was walking to the vivarium while thinking about what can help restore an aging Banshee's mind. It must be something that is very important to a Banshee, something that would awaken her instincts. A small object inserted into the tree caught Fern's eye, as though ordained by fate. The white surface is covered in esoteric symbols, patterns floating around it like a gloating cardiograph. Its allure irresistible. Fern has seen similar symbols and patterns before. It is a Banshee bone pen. Sorry, Director Lunaray. I'll have to borrow this for a while. I'll return as soon as my client has recovered. Hello, sorry to keep you cooped up in this room all day. I think you found a way to restore your memories. Sam? No one in the room, only the crease sheets show any indication that someone used to be here. Wind blows into the room through the open window. A black feather that fell from a horn quivers in the window on the windowsill. He's gone.
みんなの息がどんどん合うようになってきたね。
Hey. Let's see what our pull gets. We're committing to the pull. Stretch a bit. Okay. Imagine we pull mantra. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Oh, regular gold.
Hello, my name is Desh.
Hi.
I'm your new legal consultant.
Looks like we're gonna single pull the rest of the way through. You ready for the 6-star? Blue?
Doctor? It's Patenka.
Bang. Blue?
Following the guidance of the Arcana, our る目があるなボス。
I Bee Hunter. Okay, that you can hear the sound. Also, it didn't load, so like it's kind of like feeling a bit sus.
So we meet.
Oh, cool.
Nasty Lunaray, Director of Engineering
Hello,
at Rhine
Nasty.
Lab. I've heard a lot about you from some of my colleagues. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
I'm just gonna buy these up. This is like also like the half the reason why we're not too worried about the early pulls going into Skin Banner later in like a couple of months. We still haven't maxed out Proviso, this is really funny. Also, we didn't pull the 5-star. which is super ironic. Should we commit some more to see if we get one more gold? Hold on, forgot to favorite Nasty. Who is it again? It is a Primal Defender that, if we remember correctly, does nervous impairment. Of course, like, it's a 5-star, so... We obviously don't have the materials to like actually upgrade an operator.
Rewind 3
But, you
seconds.
know.
The terminal on the left was displaying incorrect data. Alright, problem solved. Are you expecting a speech?
Are you expecting
Sorry.
a speech?
Abstract topics only leave me feeling hollow.
Look at our lack of money. Yeah? That's why I like double check. Well, this is a 500k if we actually get the entire thing. You're at 21 pity. What a pity. And you're not gonna commit because you want to save pulls. We commit because we stream the game, and it's more interesting if we pull the characters because we're streaming. Of course, we're still not going to use them because we're doing Ave Mucha only still, but we can include her on this team. Yeah, look at this team. Look at this setup. what a wild setup. And Jessica can actually sit out finally. Or Exo Altar. We don't need Exo Altar for like a lot of things. But then we had 3 supporters, which is kind of awkward. But also very funny. And join the main group.
Rhodes Island's many operators working multiple jobs is a common sight at Rhine Lab as well.
いつも通りメンバーを率いて任務をやり遂げる。ただそれだけですわ。
Oh, it's Vala. Thank you for the hospitality. Yo, you have dragon wings? Oh, sorry, those are not dragon wings. Those are gargoyle wings. You're just a straight gargoyle. Like with actual wings, like that aren't just Draco wings. That is all mine. Such a joy to see a banshee these days. Why is that? It's easier for me to ask an elegy when me and my family can reach the end of the road. And get out of here. Shoo. Shoo! Right, again, won't find the myriad souls without your guidance. I'm sorry. I'll do my best. I'm just kidding. You can treat that roosting tree of yours, right? This is the branch. Agent analysis failed to discover the reasons behind its decay. It is the pillar of the entire Banshee race. A friend recommended you as a child of soil and stone familiar with plants. Please. You see what I can do? I'll get some dirt. Get a pot from the backyard. See any fellow beast stealing vegetables, just chase them away. You know, this place is looking much better than the previous time. Yes. I'll be dispersed, but the decrepit vegetable garden, almost said vegetable, is not quite yet. A vegetable sprouts vibrate silently in front of Ayla. Then a black branch-like horn emerges from the dust-covered leaf. I'll be stealing vegetables, eh? Lost, I'll rip your head off. Like that, it's bad for your voice. No need to be afraid. I would not hurt a child. Oh, it's nasty. It's tiny nasty. Young Banshee peeks out from behind the leaves, hiding a half-eaten piece of vegetable leaf behind your back. You're a tiny little tree, friend. You dare take my food? It's your food. Oh, what's that in your hand? Before Vela can react, the young Banshee has snatched the roosting tree branch from her hand and begins trying to eat it. Ugh, that's a stupid branch that's been lying in the mud. Thanks. Are you hungry? Let me see. I've made some pastries from the dew caps that grow along the shore of Mist Lake. Right season for them. Eat for this kind of food off the dead. Get away from me. Not scared? Even those big mercs are scared of that sound. The sound of the Banshees. Of our clan. I have not heard this note in the Song of the Banshees for a long time. Years ago, the last one who sang it. You were that child. You know who taught me the sound? But I've never met you before. I don't come to Castle much these days, or almost in a distant valley, a place where trees grow with fruit hanging from their branches. Hard to find food. You gotta be ready for a beating. But let's say the place you're talking about really exists, where fruit just grows in the trees like that. Well, what's the catch? Clever girl. Maybe you should come with me. You belong there? You'll like it. Even if you don't believe it exists. But why should I? Your name is Nasty, isn't it? Is that the presence of a Banshee, I said? And that wither, eh? No. Nasty, are you trying to repeat the mistakes of the past? Most of the Rhine left sap of active Vivarium, sir. Only nasty if you researchers staying behind organized documents. You don't look happy. Are you happy? My plan wasn't to ruin the whole vivarium. You said the tour guide knew too much about the Banshees. This was a chance to expose her and drag Nasty to it, kill two foul beasts with one stone. It was a rough plan to begin with. Isn't the vivarium accident a convenient excuse to stop Rhine's experience? Convenient? And where do you think you will find that frickin' guide? I know Nasty. She would never let something like this happen to Vivarium just accidentally. Besides, there's no way she would risk a Rhine exhibit with the exhibition right around the corner. The guide? She was gone before the alarm sounded. She must have done something. It's not enough to just evacuate the researchers. There's a good chance that Nasty's already onto my plan and just waiting for evidence that I can't afford to give her. Tell your men to find Fern by sundown. Yes, sir. Deep breaths, Fern. Maybe she just went off on her own. No. She doesn't even remember why she came to Propeller Paradise. Where the terror could she go? What if that's not what she did? Someone must have taken her. Should say. Miss. What are you doing here? What are you setting her out there for? Hurry up and move the saplings for the exhibition. They're our last ones. Dead? In 5 minutes. Mercia reached out to touch the withered tree in the middle of the vivarium. He sees a small hole at eye level. A little cavity. No, a connector. The withered plants, the tree hole. No equipment malfunction. Tell me, what was that branch attached to you? Where did it go? Fern! Took that bone pen from the tree in the vivarium, didn't you? Plain, simple, and remarkable. Wouldn't have known that it was the key that controls the entire vivarium. It wasn't your intention to sabotage it. Is Mr. Tan waiting outside with his men? I came alone, miss. I don't think the responsibility for what happened to the vivarium should fall on your shoulders. What do you mean? There are some things I still have to look into. But I've suspected that Mr. Tannen has been plotting against Orion ever since he agreed to help the mysterious Banshee guest for no apparent reason. Either that, or his own private interests are involved. Look back your own boss? But he said Columbia would do good by a good person. He also said that there's nobody easier to deal with than a good person. My client, there's a row of VIP rooms outside Mr. Tannen's office. You could try looking there. I hope your client just went out for a walk. I truly do. Gordon must be behind us. Altering the list of inspections and sabotaging the whole vivarium and putting the Horizon exhibit on lockdown. What's it gonna do next? Chase us to the propeller paradise? There's no problem with our hit systems or hardware. Then someone steal your bone pen. It's not like him. Well, why are you trying to use logic to explain the actions of a bandit? They don't operate under the same rules we do, except when they talk officially is what the corporations on Propeller Paradise do. Most of the buried than anyone else were different. Most tech firms fall by the wayside, but the business registrar rarely gets any complaints. Why? Because there's a consensus. Sky Age, the higher you stand, the more respect you deserve. Warren's interference with experiments violates Propeller Paradise as a consensus. You don't want to be bound by the rules, but you still want to exploit them. Proving that Orion is not yet ready to reach those heights. What? Stop working and listen up, everybody. About today's incident and how we proceed from here. Cultivation and I have confirmed that 72 trees waiting to be replanted, 350 saplings and more than 1,000 ungerminated seeds are all dead. The Paradise Police are now in charge of investigating the incident. I don't know how long that will take, but there is no realistic chance that the vivarium can be restored before the exhibition. Your researchers will have to stay behind and work on the incident report with me. The rest of you can enjoy a little time off. Any questions? The Director Lunar Ray. You said the vivarium was our most important project. A culmination of data sent back by the Ring Lab. Does this mean that we failed to protect the last legacy of Galeria Stellaria? Dismissed. Yeah, your room's outside the office area. Here we are. Mercia had suspicions, but no proof that Mr. Tannen really... Never mind, the most important thing is to find the client. Try to run again and I start breaking bones. Inside? Or anyone to say quit crying and keep quiet until the end of the exhibition. Ugh, my head hurts. Let me get a smoke. Please, sir, let me go. I won't say anything of Mr. Tannen. Oakley, what are you doing here? Open your eyes! The imposter. I've got a name. It's Fern. Mr. Tannen said he was going to treat you well and pay you compensation. Hang on. Treat me well? You're frickin' locked me up! None of this would have happened if you didn't impersonate me. Hey, you're the one who begged me to take your number and resume that night. Tears of snot all over your face. What'd you say back then? You're a lonely soul looking for love. Alright, stop! Me and my rotten luck, so you're still letting unauthorized personnel sneak into a high security experiment zone. Want me to shut up? How did you get out? I heard the guards say that Mr. Tannen was gonna deal with the troublemaking imposter. I see. If we did, I want to see what life would be like in the future, but now it looks like I ain't got no future no more. Want to join my tour, real Oakley? What? I've gotten unnoticed. I can get you out safely. Can? I'm not alive. I went out for a smoke and a whole person just grew up on the floor. What? Get in, but you won't get out. I'm not gonna let us go in peace, huh? You mean when you say you couldn't get me out? Get me out? I'll join your tour or whatever it is. Just get me out of here. Good, you ordered it. Let me tell you how I braved the dangers of the bleached wasteland. Just deal with this guy. Damn it, my hands are still tied. Don't worry, a good tour guide never makes our customers do our job. Welcome to Fern Stores. Please be aware that you may encounter loud noises during this tour. Cover your ears or keep your distance from me. Now, let's get moving. Run! Freaking hell! After them! Don't let them get away! Stop protection!
出発しましょうか。
Ooh.
油断したらダメだよ。私たちきっと勝てるから。
This actually works really well for Psycho, huh?
時間は待ってくれませんわ。私たちの勝利に
That's about
参加
that.
を。
Connect the options here at this
誤
corner.
差ありません。
And then we cover up these
やるしか。
just in case.
こっちこっち。
Great game. Now, FYI, the reason we put Wika here,
信じてるから。
even though she could be healing these two over here, is because Wika's
ド
talent,
クター、信じてるから。
this bottom one, she essentially deals extra damage for the person in range, extra arch damage. So obviously combo that with Psycho, and you get a pretty good amount of damage output.
呼びましたか。任せてください。
Oh dear.
呼んだ。
We should be fine.
ドクターと。
たやすいことです。
Look at that. Thank you, Nyamu, for helping generate fever. Even though you're literally had to sacrifice yourself for a moment. Survival of the fittest, calling the unfit. Then when does Ryan become one of the unfit? Hey, I'm also here. Oh, Mr. Jagger, what are you doing here? Eyeline, what are you doing here when you should have already cancelled Lucky Crispy's registration? Anything illegal? We solved the technical issues before we filed the cancellation. Oh, what a shock of luck. Solved it? Why didn't anyone contact engineering? We didn't have time to get around because of how sudden it was. Anyway, Mr. Tennant announced that all technical inspections by Ryan Lab are suspended. I don't need to report to you anymore. They've solved it all of a sudden when 3 days didn't do it. Lucky Crispy's luck? Lucky Crispy's luck? Quick, take the read before the people come back. All data is good. Too good, in fact. It was as if they were specifically calibrated to the benchmarks. Wait, these aren't Propeller Paradise Standard issue screws, are they? They're completely soldered. Won't budge. The whole core energy module is sealed shut. No power unit on Propeller Paradise sounds like this. No legal power unit anyway. Where they get this weird non-compliant stuff from? What procurement on Propeller Paradise goes through. Ah, yeah, now. Blaming me for thinking that survival of the fittest was really the rule in Propeller Paradise. Helping that bastard put together the report for the accident at Ryan. Forget it. Director Lunar Ray would just dismiss me for not having evidence. Who else can help? Oh, hi, Mumu. Moira will be there in 5 minutes. I'll bring you a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie if I find one. I am not a kid. See you later, then. You've been playing catch with your branches in the corridor ever since you stepped out of Sari's office. You're stalling. I can tell. There really ought to be a law about invading individuals' privacy with a water clone. Not likely to happen unless there's another water elf in Columbia. The branches on Nessie's boat suddenly grow, pointing in the direction of the water elf, and twist open a tool attachment. As though rehearsed 1,000 times, Mule Size takes a step to the right, dodging the bionic branches of robot's trick. You know, I'm stuck in Yerg and can't come in person. Getting a water clone a long distance is a draining task. Are you so worried that I might flub up Kristen's legacy? You that I'm worried about? I'm not some derivative of Galerius Stellaria. It takes time for a seed to grow into a sapling, and all the more when you hope it will become the towering tree. Relax. Not even Ferdinand will complain about the results you're pulling. Because I blocked his email. Ahem. You helped make Kristen's dreams come true by digging away into the Trimount suburbs. Now, it's your turn. Have you ever thought about... I am not going back to the Convalis. The strange tranquility of the Convalis does not belong to a flawed banshee, or can it inspire her? But... Indigo. Just a sec. Here. A potted plant. Logical dug it out of the desert. It is resistant to heat and cold and just as stubborn as you. Call it a goodbye, Pezzy. No need for vivariums. Just remember to water it. I'll keep a watchful eye on you. Maybe even help you. In return, take care of my vivarium and yourself. And... get me a Propeller Paradise mascot plushie, if they really exist. I have to get that Propeller plushie still. When the branches in the first 4 planters have been cleaned up, this pod plant is the only one from the exhibit that's fried. I'll take it. With about the underground plants. Transmitted data are expected, but monitoring coverage is limited. We haven't had time to send someone in to check on the site. I'll go. Thanks. Director Lunaray. Anyone from outside here? No, ma'am. We've continued to simulate experimental conditions here. Just in case. Reveal. No sign of injury. Was it really an accident? We've compiled the report on the dead plants. Want to review it now? Alright, let's go. Nasty Lunar Ray, Director of Engineering, credentials confirmed. Welcome. Where the heck did those two go? Did something happen, sir? No need to be alarmed. We're just simulating missions on the Shadow Moon. Mr. Tennant's orders. Columbia keeps our people safe wherever they are. Split up. With low profile. Oh, what was a drill? Oh, it's just like our Rankwood blockbuster. Oh, what was it called? A Battlefield Shadow Moon, I think. Without the E of Battlefield. See, those guards are Casimir, and Space Knights. Don't give us away. Skip the comedy imposter. Where do you go next? Not many places to hide in the flying donut station. Oh, the ring corridor in the back is perfect for an ambush. Then what do? I assigned you to our contract. You gotta get me out of here. Settle down, real Oakley. You're on Propeller Paradise. Forget what you think about. Forget what you think you know about terra firma. Oh, Volvort Koczynski jump board testing, right? Can you borrow it? Sure. Huh? What's that sound? Look up! How the frick did they get on top of a floating pod? Oh, I forgot. People look up on Propeller Paradise. What do we do? Shoot them down! Oh, is that simulated the air cannon and the villain fires in this climactic scene? Wait, I think I smell the Originium powder. Fire! Run! Trash, all of them. It took so much work just to put Ryan down. Now we have a rogue tour guide on the loose. I would have gone after that feline myself. I didn't have business to do. Would you like to eliminate those ignorant Terrans, Sky Conqueror? To show them the true power from beyond Terra? I need 5-4. The tour guide, not a special agent. First, reporting Gustav. He and his retinue are floating a blown cloud into the VIP area. They have passed over the ring corridor. No one has found the hidden door yet. When I first joined ATAO 7 years ago, Gustav would notice if I swiped a liquid Originium later from a stowaway. I thought he didn't like me because he used to be a soldier. He had crooks and wanted everything to be done the right way. Only later did I find out it was because I left too many loose ends. Everything from him, his way of doing things, his way of talking, even how I dress. Oh, I learned everything from him. His way of doing things, his way of talking, even how I dress. That's for the result. Bot holds treasures from across Terra. Bigger than ATO's dirty lockers. Love on one side, nasty on the other. So what? I know the clothes kit from 7 years ago, and they'll never find out what I did unless I hand deliver the evidence. Once the exhibition opens and thousands of exhibits fly to the sky, all the secrets and illicit transactions won't matter anymore. Everyone will know that it was Gordon Tannen who lit the fire in the Propeller Paradise. Not Rhine, not DC. Warning! Turn approaching! What's that sound? Might be somebody. Although I talk me out of. Mankind looks up in the smoke, definitely forces his eyes open, and see what just was going on. Finally figured descends amidst the rubble and dust, her legs flailing wildly. Just ordered her arrest several hours ago. They're only about 90 centimeters apart, both their brains working feverishly to process the situation. I myself feels frozen, as Gordon and Fern signed off against one another, only taking in each other's expressions. They really blew it up. Where the hell am I, anyway? Place it on my map. There's an door in the ring corridor? Why am I staring at 10 right now? Was this a trap? But why is there just look of surprise and shock on his face? Are these exhibits on the walls? Wait a second. I've definitely seen these art tunes on the street walls when I got dragged in the black market by the Sarkaz. That hat over there. Isn't that an issue for the Zahidin in the Sargonian tombs? Shoot! It's too late to pretend I never saw any of this. Oh no, please don't hit the high explosive originator grenade on this. Entire pod goes up in smoke. Damn it, it's been one thing after another since this fake guide came to the Propeller Paradise. You Ryan's enemy, Nazi's spy. You ruined my plans once in the vivarium, and now she's doing it again. What's she looking at? The active Regime Storm Guide Beacon or the Zaidian Supercraft helmet? Shit, she recognizes these. You're gonna do with the dirt on me? You're gonna sell to someone? That's your Gazab find out. With delayed gravity pulls Fern sharply downward. Gordon has no time to save his collection. All he can do is watch as the feline approaches rapidly. The distance between them disappears, as do the complicated thoughts flashing through their minds. As they await the impending impact, there's only time for them to say a single word. Shit! Shit! There's been so much swearing. 3 lanes, 1 center. This one might be more of an issue, feels like. Let's see if we can figure it out. Instead, you can't go in. And I said I'm with Ryan Lab. I know the access rules for Propeller Paradise facilities better than you do. And no special permission is required to visit Cloud Restaurant. You would be correct under normal circumstances, but there's an important guest here right now. Gentlemen, I think this young man's looking for me. Of course he has his own theme music playing again. I take it the debriefing on the Rhine Bavarian mission is done. He gets past you. I just happen to know a few people who were committed to the Columbia's great project here. Didn't Gordon Tannen? I guess you're not here to try to recoup Ryan's losses? Well, there's enough time before the exhibition now, even with the emergency funding. Please take a look at this inspection report. A tech startup solved a technical flaw that was discovered during inspections. Received permission to stay on Propeller Paradise. What's the problem? Lucky Crispy's never passed the recheck. They have to leave Propeller Paradise today according to the rules. But I just saw their order and discovered they solved an energy problem that had plagued them for months. On the eve of the expedition, deadlines, science, miracles, classic potato chip flavors, so to speak. No, look at this page. I focused on several components that are not involved in the standard inspection, and found that their output is more than 10 times the standard values. Well, to put it in simpler terms, you don't need to explain technical terms to me. I wrote the manual of Colombian origin and component standards you're carrying. You mean to say that Lucky Crispy's invented power components far exceeding national standards in the span of a few hours? Invented? I don't have the chops for that. I think someone transplanted a non-Colombian heart into that failure. The rules of Propeller Paradise. Altera and eyes are on our progress into new levitation technology. All the parts involved must be made in Colombia to ensure security. I'm not accusing the ATAO of negligence. An ordinary officer could have let the corporation dodge Ryan's regular and random inspections, unless someone manipulated the engineering section's inspection order. Coincidentally, Director Luna Ray came to an agreement with a certain official. Cannon. Who stopped at nothing to tie Ryan's hands, because we are the true original proponents of Propeller Paradise, and the engineering section is a pair of eyes that couldn't cover a secret at any time. You're speculating that Gordon Tannen has been running a smuggling operation behind the scenes. That is a serious accusation, young man. Why I had to go up to you, sir? The Propeller Paradise gets to DC, you are the only one in the position to deal with your diligence, subordinate. I'm curious. How does your supervisor know about this? We're gonna come to this, if Director Luna Ray did anything. Good. You mean, you're a sharp, brave young man. Nasty wouldn't have let you stay behind to spend time with me if she knew. Sir, I'm the only one in the position to deal with Gordon. And that's an interesting way to put it. You used to butt heads with me, true. That's the folly of the youth, and true enough of you too. The first thing I ever taught him was that we'll always be of one mind when we stand for Columbia. Hey! Hey! The young random researcher can only watch as Gustav takes the report and turns to walk the interior of the restaurant. He is shocked and angry. He wants to charge Gustav, but the man makes a simple gesture, and the bodyguard twists the young scientist's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and frustration. Hello? What a coincidence. I take her taken outside by the bodyguards, and knowing whether he'll be thrown to one of the lower-level jail cells or locked away in some secret room. He hears Gustav pick up the phone. The man must be calling Gordon Tannen now. Jaguar regrets not leaving a copy of the evidence for Nasty. If you could just get back to the vivarium. Suddenly, the pain is gone. The bodyguards let go of him and push him in the elevator to take him away from Cloud. Hey, you can hear me, right? I won't say a word about Mr. Tannen's smuggling operation. Really didn't mean to barge into collection. Take a break, Oakley. If you keep going like this, they're gonna start getting ideas that the best way to shut someone up is to kill them. You're crying again? Don't worry about it. Giving prisoners silent treatment is normal. Sounds like your prisons. Why do you think I got my silver tongue? Even if I ran to a bunch of Argosaria, couldn't understand a word I was saying and had me surrounded with spears, I could still get my point across with nothing but winks and gestures. Do you really think we can get out of this jail? Have you ever been to Bleach Wasteland? No, I hear the sandstorms that are terribly the toughest metal sheet. Remember flesh bone from bone in an instant. For you. All the guides say it's off limits for a reason, and no travel agencies take tours there. But I didn't want to assume it was impossible just because of hearsay. Don't tell me you actually went there. Got out alive? The Great Desert. The scorching sun reflects off the sand. You can see dark purple cliffs in the distance beyond the dunes, and the cacti grow taller than either of us. Dangerous place, and you can't even tell what you're standing on when the winds rage. But the sands aren't nearly as sharp as knives. Incredible. My dad used to say that impossible is just an excuse for the lazy and cowardly. I learned from him and became a guide unlike the others, one who dares brave the unknown. Had to support a father. Jealous. I did. Pick yourself up, Oakley. Grant your wish, and my Banshee clients with wish too. Our journey isn't over yet. Get up. Both of you. What are you gonna do? Stay back! What's going on? Come with me and don't cause any trouble. Mr. Tannen wants to see you. What did I say? This isn't the end. Welcome to my office. I understand. Apologize for the trouble, sir. Screw that condescending old fox. I'm an agent in Colombia for a goddamn reason. Not his coffee boy anymore, and I'll be damned if I let him yell in my face over getting the sugar wrong. Mr. Tannen, 5-4 is going to burst if you feed it anymore. I'm gonna take over the feeding. Not a single thing has worked out. We get those meddling Rhine lab against at Propeller Paradise. The old Fox and Nasty's people know about my side hustle. And those bastards show up out of nowhere to ruin most of my art unit collection. There's stuff that you can't even get anywhere else. Art unit? Hustle? So, you were smuggling all the time that you were away on unclaimed trips? You think it's wrong to help tech firms find their footing in the sky? No, it's not my place to judge, but why are you bringing those two intruders over? Mine too. Deal with them? With the Yanks. Bigger plans for them than just settling the score. No one can take Propeller Paradise from me without evidence. The rest of my collection needs to be cleared ASAP, or anyone else can intervene. You want them to smuggle the contraband out for you? Everything that enters or leaves Propeller Paradise is subject to stringent checks, even if you give an expired order. Besides, the existing channels are out of service because of engineering's renovation work, and I can't wait that long. This is all Nasty's fault for that energy system modification shit. Floating botanical units and Rhine's people are everywhere now. Right. Rhine. Well, if they're gonna block off my routes, it's only fair that I borrow there. You mean the engineering tunnel beneath Rhine Vivarium? Used to transport heavy equipment and construction materials? Exactly. With the Vivarium on lockdown, nothing offers better cover than the Rhine turf. Where the old fox is, but nasty. I'll take care of Dar, your leader, I say. I'll ensure the safety of the two intruders. I'm confident I can distract her while you carry her. I only need one thing. The Banshee's bone pin that you confiscated from Fern. Gonna move on. Don't keep Mr. Tannen waiting. Gonna have our heads for ruining his collection room. Us paying money isn't so bad. The problem is if he wants a deal. Here. Brought them. Thank you, sir. You may return to your duties. Marcia, my client. Unfortunately, it seems Mr. Tannen had nothing to do with your client's disappearance. I'll do my best to keep an eye out. Where did that Banshee go? Let's go through the door and forget about her for now. Make sure you do exactly what Mr. Tannen tells you. You want to leave Paradise on your own 2 feet. Yeah, pink them. Oh. Ended up pulling Nastiel. What's he planning? It's gonna take me an offer. If you understand like movie terms, have you ever played the video game Blue Archive? There was this guy in a black suit that made a reference to another movie where he said something about making an offer that you can't refuse. It's like a reference upon reference. Jaeger's steps grow slower and slower. He used to dash this corridor, and his colleagues laughed at him for being impatient. How could he not be impatient? He didn't have luxury of a traditional education, of having his path paid for him. His family circumstances forced him to waste too much time on things other than research. Now, he stands on the shoulders of Rhine Lab, the pinnacle of applied science in Columbia, but touched the very dome that has witnessed a miracle. There should not be any obstacles. No one has the right to hold back this great work. Let's tell Director Lunaray about Tennant's secret. Apologize. Steps. All the researchers were evacuated. Does this thing come up at all? It's one of those centrifugal safety membranes that the revolving bar used. Not sure if you're not sure. We'll ask your new boss later. Nasty's still in her office? Richie was willing to lose the whole Bavarian to save us. And that grumpy kid. Shh, your big mouth. Nasty's a good person. That's all we need to know. Grumpy kid. Yeah. Thank you for your time. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. You're Kristoff's secretary. What are you doing here? Ah, you must be Skyjagger. I finished my business with Director Lunaray. Excuse me. Back. You apologize to Gustav? Yes. You gave up all of Ryan's engineering control and agreed to stop active inspections? Yes. Lab is essentially withdrawn from the exhibition and will no longer appear in the catalog? Yes. We'll need to store our experiment equipment here later. Run up if you have the energy. Director. Yes? Knew I would screw up. You know, it was just an average Joe. That's why you kept me busy with inspection of botanical units, right? Alright. In the end, I'm just a must beast in the gutter. I understood greatness, but I could never become a part of it. Look up to be forgiven, saved, protected, like all the testers here. Just an ordinary guy left in the dust. I wouldn't be here without your help. I needed new employees and an all. I stayed with a group of pioneers when I first came to Columbia. They despised me for being a banshee who couldn't use incantations. I despised them for their lousy hunting traps. There was no passivity in our interactions. We gave each other, saved each other, and protected each other. As I do now, as it should be. As it should be. Vivarian is quiet, but the presence of the testers seemed to have changed this place. Of cold metallic rationality. A misshapen wire pull tab has been added to the microscope's slide box stubborn's lid. A plate of plywood hangs from the air conditioning vent, a little less unbearably chilly. A few watch-out notes are pasted on the glass door that the guy tends to run to when he's angry. They remind him of his little sister, the average, ordinary one whose eyes must always be protected. He never turned around and looked back at her, not since he witnessed the miracle. Moving forward means we can't look back. How do we make sure we're still walking the same path that we chose in the beginning? Meaning is there in progress if it leads to a future that has been curated for only a select few? Why should ordinary people be left behind? I took you for an orator, Doctor. I do state facts, ask questions, find a solution. Wait. Get moving before you let big words and big ideas take you for a ride. A dream over the clear skies. Ooh, and continuously affect burn all other nearby units grants 1.2 in levitate zone. We have burn damage now. Let me do this then. Oh, so they can be damaged. Check that line. Guess they count as enemies then too. Do you want a short leash over here? Oh, okay, so they landed. Interesting. So that's just gonna be a constant thing, huh? Not really like blocking anymore at this point, but you know. The Sakyo damage should be able to like beat them. Hararo. That burn damage is quite annoying.
ドクター信じてるから
位置につきま
Yeah,
した。
it's like we never left we laugh at it.
手伝うね今助けるね
Darn, okay. We're gonna need to keep one off so we can block that.
私が嫌いですわ
We can't keep it overloaded for that long. We do have a way to technically move Sakura's attack range down there.
時間は待ってくれませんわ
Stick with the usual procedure.
あなたたちの終幕やるしかない
So the way we're gonna do this, in order to maintain blocking, is
こっちこっち
and then Umiri's gonna take the center.
迷っている暇はありませんわよ
誤差ありません。
時間は待ってくれませんわ任せて
And now we have a blocking position. This is... It is always very awkward with like only 5 units. Smack. Okay, let's hope that... Okay. We good? The last 4? Oh, I guess they don't count as enemies technically.
ドクター
Did they? Oh no, they do count. They do count. They do count. They do count. One more rusher.
Hi. 任せてください。
And the big burning drone. It's really funny how you can just do the stage like normally with just any range unit. If you really think about it, this theme is really good for marksmen specifically. Since it's like all drones. I'm late. I'm busy today. Marcia, please. I must remember. The situation's unusual. Memories are like woods leaves hang from withered branches. Wiping away the dust might restore some machine. If you press too hard, you'll only damage them further. Alright, I should not even touch them, if not for... Madame Vela. I must... No. I must... remember. Since leaving your homeland have not been happy ones. However, if you insist, close your eyes and we'll try again. Marcia puts her ult protector on the table with some effort. Her fingers collide as the glass slides drop in the slot, and the aging banshee becomes covered in an unfamiliar scene. The Lich Office? I remember this place. Vanian? She mentioned it. Spire, shackles, blood. Slowly innocent memories begin to diffuse in the backdrop cast by the protector. Marcia can identify an elderly figure shackled by the wall, as robed figures come and go. The smell of blood, terrifying melody, the marks of arts. Bethanian Spire. Are you imprisoned there as a test subject? You've been buried beneath the tombs of the Spire casters, for the aid of a lich. Ecclesia requests requiem in the Holy City during the funeral procession. Injured who have wandered afar. All of your clan. But the angels didn't like it, did they? They want laughter at their funerals, not wailing. Was arrested by the Pacifica Corps. In Colombia, frontiers, even the bleached wasteland. The wind blasted land which not east started tread. finally. Came here. Why Propeller Paradise in particular? What do you come looking for? There's a tree here. The tree here is wilting. Decaying. Wilting. Decaying. I see. Just gonna take a screenshot of this. We have a vivarium here. Some terrible accident just happened in it. Wilting decay, as you say. The master of the vivarium. He's a banshee too. You know do you know this thing? The one pen that caused the disaster at the vivarium, which was later confiscated by Gordon Tannen, now lies in Mercia's hand, white and innocent. Her essence, her presence. Came to look for someone. I want to see her. Now you crash low, Wiggly. Arching your back is slipping. Iron Lab's underground passage. What else kind of nanomodders listening to us? Besides, don't worry about Propeller Paradise's warning system too. How did they avoid the police if we're doing this for Tannen? You think he trusts many of his subordinates? Oh. Even the elevator guard could be a pair of eyes for some big shot. Anything goes wrong, the trouble could go way further than just a few boxes of contraband. So the two of us, being outsiders with no such interest in this, end up being the best choice to dispose of his stuff. Yes, but there is something I haven't been able to figure out. What is it? Let someone do your job and you have someone to meet them on the other side. Why not just lie down in your office, pet your fin beast, and put in some jazz? You're worried about getting yourself in trouble if you're on the scene? Sir? I came to see my little darlings off. Oh, so what is it? You're fidgeting. You're almost at the wall with the arts or creation unit. I told you to treat it nicely, like your life depends on it. Yeah, I remember. But I remember what you said too. If we deliver your darlings safely and keep our mouths shut, then we're square. Right, don't let your guard down. Nasty has refused to leave the vivarium. Continuing your research in the middle of a room full of failures, pulling all-nighters. So she's right above us? I think I hear her footsteps. Don't worry, Mercy will take care of her. Mary? Mary! Yes, Mr. Tannen, I hear you. What's going on there? Something goes wrong, you've got to keep Nasty distracted, whatever it takes. Not to worry, sir. It was my negligence that allowed the accidents to happen. I'll keep a close eye on Dr. Luna Ray and ensure she leaves the Rhine Vivarium, buying as much time for you as possible. Good. See, even Mary steps up her game when it matters most. You two had better do the same. We're almost at the exit. Yes, sir. Damn, that dude is suave looking. The fan has a keen sense of hearing. There is a risk that you will be exposed. Need the Emergency Management Council to intervene. There are better ways to use the Mainlander name. No need to worry about me. Mr. Tannen's secretary makes an excellent cover. Report. Bravo's intel is that the Rhine technical staff have evacuated the experiment zone. Director Luna Ray and our aide are the only ones who currently access the site. However, she spent an inexplicable amount of time here. Yes. Apologies are in order. Members of your squad, we should have trusted your judgment. It does seem that Rhine Lab might be hiding something under the exhibition hall. No need to apologize. My mission was to monitor the tech firms. Or Director Luna Ray, if we need to perform further investigation. I have a plan. You'll have at least 20 minutes if everything goes well. I prepared a gift that she can't refuse. Whoa! And is this a system that the Vivarium and the Floating Botanical Mutants are on? The Banshees were good at manipulating objects from a distance, but to abandon sound as the medium, sealing incantations inside the module and repairing flaws through self-cycling. This is a revolutionary innovation. It's all incantation driven. You should stop reading purely speculative papers. Most people don't know much about the Banshees. I understand they really leave the Valley of Convalos. You lived there before coming to Columbia? My first memories are of Casdale. I was later adopted by one of my kin and taken to the Convalos. What kind of place is it? A peaceful, beautiful place. The riverbanks are covered in grass and shrubs, the flowers never wilt, the fruit never falls. Not even a rain disturbs its tranquility, much less catastrophe. Why do you leave then? Could be at this hour. Director! Over here! Is this your bone pen? Part of it. The conical tip, severed from the rest of the pen, rolls across the floor. Could have done this. What happened to the vivarium wasn't an accident, and it wasn't a practical joke. The thing was planned, and then they were targeting someone. Maybe the target was you, or maybe Rhine Lab itself. There is a way to find out. Guide. The fragment in Nessie's hand floats up into the air to extend, a white halo enveloping it. The pen tip spins a few times, and slowly flies off in a certain direction. Looks like the other half of the pen isn't far away. Director. Be a trap, yes? But I must go. I sense traces of a familiar incantation from the bone pen.
素晴らしい作戦でしたわ。皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
Is that stage 5 that we usually get the character on these shorter ones? Oh, no, we get a skybox now. Hey.
Want one, Doc? Here, I got a light. It's just an Originium firework, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Got a deal today, and I'll get it to you tomorrow. Gordon Tannen, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originium. At your service.
Gordon Tannen, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arts Units, and Originium at your service. Takes a bow. How much LMD do we need to get this out? We can get a pretty good amount. Actually, let's grab the bunch. Let's upgrade Nasty some more.
Doctor,
Before we continue, you are being upgraded later. Because we actually like your... Very funny. ATAO open up. Downloading enemy for the first time disables target special ability for 4 seconds. So it's like a miniature version of OG Lapland. Essentially. And they're like the new archetype of Skybreaker. Takes off on deployment, so they're automatically always in the air. Only attacks aerial enemies when in mid-air. So they're purely for anti-air purposes. On skill activation, descends and deals AoE physical damage. We need a bit more funds. We're pretty much gonna need to like clear out the entire LMD top grader. Like honestly. Well, guess we'll the next stage. Oh, where's the exit? According to the map, we should be able to see the checkpoint machines now. Are we gonna keep going? There's nobody else here. It's so eerily quiet. Of course there's nobody here, or we'd be exposed. Get your act together. Get your act together. There you go. Get his voice better. Ugh. Red liquid. It's dripping from the ceiling. It filled my face. It's rusty water from the pipes. Don't make me sew your mouth shut. And Mr. Tannen, you said we'd be exposed if there's anybody else here, right? Look in the direction of that Fern is pointing, and see this somebody else. An ethereal figure walks towards them slowly from the end of the passage, looking like a ghost in the dim light. Something feels familiar. Shit! Keep walking. My authority over Ryan experiment area is legitimate and absolute. Doesn't matter who's coming. That's so. Oh, is that so? Just, I would like an explanation, Tannen. Gonna take a screenshot of this too. without the text. And then we're just gonna quietly send it to our friend. The Rhine experiment area is under investigation, Nasty. You agreed to cooperate with the administrative officers in the Propeller Paradise Police. How am I supposed to cooperate with an investigation that I know nothing about? Besides, it's news to me that the guides are administrative officers now. The guide? Visited Ryan shortly before the lab accident. Perfect sense to have her along for evidence gathering. For a lack of prior notice, it's entirely within my rights to make the decision to ensure the integrity of the investigation. Rentan considered every potential contingency, even interrogation by Gustav. He knew he could not depend on Mercia, and he was confident he could handle this. He could not stop his thick tail from nervously stepping the ground, as though it senses a threat, something beyond his control. Nasty is gazing at him, indecipherable, really hiding something. Gainless anxiety caused Gordon Tannen to tighten his left fist in his pocket. Supposed to keep an eye out for her. Keep an eye out with the water clone in the plants. Nasty never told me the head of Propeller Paradise would be so hard to fool. I poured myself after arguing with him all night. This is my way. I am. Oh. The sound of dripping water, which accompanied the trio their whole way down the tunnel, is suddenly silent. Water droplets break free from the constraints of physics and float in midair. They feel a coolness to their feet. Only now do they notice that the water on the floor has reached their ankles. Mr. Tannen, look! Is that still directly right? Gordon Tannen cannot believe what he is seeing. Water streams into Nasty from all directions, getting higher and higher, looking down at the three invaders. Gordon Tannen has never seen such effects from an arts unit. Runes would certainly be in order if this was Benji witchcraft, but there's something that scares him even more. Nasty bends down at him, with a good expression that the one by the name would never wear. There really isn't a single fresh thing on Terra, is there? I've heard this pre-written spiel 1,000 times. Oh, we talked about something else. Like, what's in those two big boxes of yours? Don't tell me they're presents for Rhine Lab. We still got a ways to go until Christmas, I thought. Who are you? Nasty, the director of Rhine's engineering section, who's already me just ruined a few hours ago. Who else? You would never talk like that. Why do you look like you're saluting? That's a casting gesture, isn't it? Can't take another screenshot of this. You noticed? You can't fool me. I don't know what your arts do, but this underground passage belongs to Rhine. Anything that happens will only come back to bite you. You're not satisfied with just losing the experiments for the exhibit, eh? You want to go to jail with the rest of your people? Let me remind you of something. Like you said, this underground passage belonged to Rhine, and you personally gave the order to shut it off. But I'd bet a whole lot of gold certificates that your people don't know about tonight's investigation. How many would know where to go to look for your corpses? You dare! Run! We're gonna charge our phone, so hold on a moment. Swap things around. Do this, right this. Gotta double check the model is up. Okay, everyone is going to go. Hello. Been a while since we used our Verity model. Gosh. We are going to quickly plug in our phone, so give us a moment. Chargers all the way over the other side of this place. Oof, it is a definite mood every single time. Well, that is the fate of not directly wiring our phone into our PC for, you know, reasons. Totally not because of a lack of USB ports. I'll change that from that to charging phone. Lol. Yeah. Okay. It's nighttime. Nasty feels at days as she walks the streets of Propeller Paradise. The place began as a proposal from Ryan, built by Nasty personally, but Nasty no longer recognizes any of the myriad inventions that adorn it. He has to stop and think in order to figure out how the inflatable street lamps or the roadside work. Nasty cannot help but feel she is walking into an unfamiliar life. When I first came to Ryan. It's like when I first came to Ryan. As I emerged from the sink, choosing me for my ignorance as she walked me through sterile lab cleaning procedures. Nessie stops in her tracks. Another fragment of the bone pen lies quietly in the gaps of the bricks, having guided her all the way here. Picks up the fragment as she wanted when she walked into a new life for the first time. Young Nasty walks the forest of the Convalis, carrying a bag far larger than she is, and stuffing it with broken twigs. It has been 2 weeks since she and Vela arrived in the Convalis, and Vela is busy with younger banshees who come to her with questions of every kind. Only when the banshees are all asleep, and there is no one in the valley, does Vela have time to take Nasty's hand and walk with her to this beautiful place. Finally, Nasty decided to build a treehouse of her own, but the bags of twigs is too heavy for her, and she must wait for Vela to pick her up. It's been so long since the rainy season. Is it time for another rowing competition? When do we... Let me clear the mud off the eastern shores of the lake. But no spin incantation about this time. Teacher, one of the misstable vines is getting in my house. Can I cut it? No, my child. Nothing is better for wiping one's feather horns than the pulp of the misstable. Perhaps you could guide the vine to grow in a different direction. Be a chance for me to see if you've been practicing the incantations I taught you. How long has it been since we last received a token from outside, custodian? We've only had 5 or 6 this month. Dealt with them when I was in Castle to ask the child of soil and stone to treat the roosting tree. Sophia? A good thing. Been half a year since you taught me the elegies, but I haven't really had the chance to sing for anyone. Can I go next time and help our kin? Alright, let Vela rest. Alright, this is what I'm supposed to do. Judge call you teacher, guardian. You never conferred these titles. What you've done for the Convalis over the past 2 centuries put me to shame as the Lord of the Banshees. You know the reason. I keep working to distract myself. Did Duke Ariel cause you any trouble during your audience with Her Highness? He's been hostile towards our people ever since we retired to the Convalis. He's hostile to everyone. But speaking of her, showed me the early fruits of her exploration to the nature of Virginium. Perhaps she has already chosen a more resolute path. What about us, then? What about the Convalis? The Convalis is no longer associated with the future of the Sarkaz, even if Her Highness really has changed her mind. It remains the Banshee Sanctuary. You brought a girl back a little while ago, didn't you? Daughter of a stray sister. I found her 5 years ago. Randall keeps asking me whether he can come and see her. He's so curious about everything beyond the valley. Boy, please tell the Fano that Nasty is rather timid and needs time to get used to the Convalis. Is that true? I'm not timid. You know that. Yes, but I'll be living with other banshees for a very long time. They'll share food with you rather than throw rocks at you. Living with them will be very different from living in Castle. That's why I want your meeting to be more formal. Give me time to prepare, won't you? Understood. What are you preparing? Does it have something to do with the token from outside that you were talking about? Things in your house? Those black blood crystals, dirty shrouds, and dried up hearts? Why do you say there are only 5 or 6? I always stay up late, staring at them with a deep frown on your face. Nasty. Do you like this valley? Yes. There's no blood in the mud, no black rocks in the houses, no fighting, plenty of food, and no one ever disturbs you. You want to stay here? Yes, that's why I want to build my own treehouse soon. Have you decided where? Big, beautiful tree deep in the valley, right? What's the name? The roosting tree? Yes, it's the Banshee's final resting place. Everyone lives there, right? Even though you've never taken me there. I want to live closer to that place. Right? And when will you teach me incantations? I can move this bag of twigs myself. No need to be so hurried. When will you teach me how to play the bone whistle? That way I could learn from the others when we play together. Got from your house, but I couldn't make a sound with it. No need to be so hurried, dear girl. Tired Banshee suddenly seemed so unfamiliar to Nasty. Nasty? She knows where Viola always starts when polishing her own feather horns, and how many nearly indistinguishable black dresses she has. But she can never tell what Viola is thinking. Nasty stops asking questions and raises the bone whistle, obstinately blowing on it in futility. Phew! Until a stirring melody covers up the muffled sound she is making. You want to play the whistle for the other children, don't you? One does not need a bone whistle to accompany a smile. Come, child. I'll teach you. Nasty does not understand how the simple leaf in Viola's hands can make a sound, much less why that sound is so full of sorrow. The sky is blue, the waters of mist like murmur on, everything seems perfect. Nasty follows Viola's gaze. The branches of the roosting tree are just barely visible in the distance, playing like reeds, like fate. Nasty is still in the Rhine experiment area and is preparing to kill Tannen. Behind me, Miss Celine. I run faster than Mr. Tannen. Should we really get into a fight with it? Should we really get into a fight with that Banshee? That Nasty was just a potted plant. A water clone? The size? Mulesies? Here. I'm just a little gadget enchanted with the water elf arts. Didn't actually do much. Combination of Nasty's image and Mulesi's inspiration, and home field advantage. No one could have predicted it. No wonder those 3 were scared away. Should we evacuate Mr. Tannen then? No. Keep going. Following the traces left behind by the water. According to the blueprints, we're almost at a dead end. You can cut the watermarks. I mean, that was indeed a bluff by Mulesies. Nasty is a genius engineer. He would prefer to leave a hidden space out of the blueprints. Besides, the presence of the water clone itself is a sign that there are potential secrets here. I've been thinking, why is Nasty the only one here when there are 2 Shrine directors working on the project? By all accounts, the Bavarian should fall within Mulesi's domain, shouldn't it? Yes. By its very nature, it's something only Nasty can do. What do you mean? Potted plant suddenly died? Sorry, fairly hypothetical. Would your first reaction be to keep checking the time on your watch over and over? No, I would be more concerned about the cause of death at the time. That was what the most experienced researchers near Nasty did when the incident at Vivarium occurred. At the time. It was almost as though they expected the wilting to happen. It just didn't happen at the expected time. Therefore, Rhines claimed that they were studying plants that can survive at high altitude, based on the data from the Galeria Stellaria. Cover story. I think Melander has found Orion's true secret. Orion doesn't need the plants in the Vivarium to live. He needs them to die. Not that life that an elf celebrates, but the death that a banshee knows well. But why? Death will water. A tree that is even more special. The elderly banshee stands in the shadow at the end of the street. He has waited a long time, and it is longer than 3 centuries that she has lived. He watches as the familiar figure approaches. Taller and sturdier than she remembers. Facial features look different. Clothes are of an unfamiliar style. Not so familiar anymore. Violet's head begins to ache. Her chaotic memories are like mist, like in deep winter, the cold and heavy mist swallowing her in an instant. Nah. Great. Died. Nasty places the fragments of the bone pen in the center of her palm and recites the language of the banshees. The incantation separates the scent that does not belong to her, but is very familiar, and leads her to its source. There's no wind, but the bone pen begins to sway. All will be answered soon. Then... Nasty... Careful! What's the situation over there? There's someone else... Mr. Tennant, stop! I think we're lost. I think we're lost too. If how much space Ryan has beneath the experiment area, this has got to be against the rules. Usually when scientists leave so much space in their labs, they're either saving it for a big plan, or a big plan that's already gone off the rails. Sir, is it just me? Where's the ground? The ground's cracking. Looks like it's the former. Does someone help? I know the door behind is closed. Damn it, please tell me it's not a giant missile nesty. The concrete beneath their feet shatters as though it were made from crackers. Tan tries to hook the pillars with his tail, or up the walls with his hands. All he finds is a twig burning dimly. Beneath him, a canopy made from metal and withered wood expands in the darkness. The glowing tree rises up silently into the night sky, as if 1,000 stars are rushing upwards. This thing... a propeller? Engine? Any sound of machinery. Could it possibly fly? It's the lab. Oh, we completely damned. Shit. The guards feel the need to shine a light to the sky just because some humongous thing is taking off in the middle of the night. I'll train them. Right. Me. Right. Would you say we're exposed, sir? I would say we are. You'd think everyone who's awake in Propeller Paradise right now is seeing us hanging off a tree with 2 big boxes of contraband. The chance if I yelled that I found some dangerous Rhine experiments to the people below. You think there's a chance if I yelled that I found some dangerous Rhine experiments to the people below? No, not a finkin chance. There's a few times they don't swear. I can't let this thing get ruined until I figure out how Terra can fly. Okay, it really is over now. What's happened? I think our intrusion might have awakened something. Now, there are no secrets on Propeller Paradise anymore. Are there miracles, Arc Delunare? Or is it stillborn miracle? No need to say anything. Let's get off from here. I'll head back right away. Nah. Moment of hesitation, and the elderly banshee fails to say the name. Yellow watches as the young banshee departs, looks in the direction, and sees a huge glowing tree slowly rising to the sky. The roots of the tree are not secure, swaying in the night breeze. At this distance, they sway like weeds, like fate. Is that the roosting tree? Should you look up at the fantasies floating through the air? The conductor floating, the conductor before you who is less than amused? What the freak is up with the tree in the air? We're only a few days into the exhibition. You stand to the thing take up. Ryan, that doesn't apply for high-level exhibition, or upper-level exhibition rights. Ryan, the ATO must be colluding. I slugged Gordon 10 on the tree that night. The staff, former ATO director, promised him a broadcast that he'd have an explanation next morning. What actually happened? No word from the committee. I bet they're stalling for time. Please remain patient. The credibility of Propeller Paradise Administration and Engineering Departments is at stake here. Deal with this carefully and come up with a plan that can satisfy the hundreds of corporations that have an interest in the project. Who's asking me to deal with it carefully? Yes, who gives a crap? It's not like there's another ring lab. Marine Department's inspections have stopped, and their administration's vetting is over. Workers are parallel paradise, officials are doing their jobs or not. Making this a part of the oversight process. Investigations and trials, those are your problem. We just want to know the results of the hearing. The actual Columbia, we expected to make a splash in Columbia, as even all of Terra. It happened or not? A big tree. Out of the way. Said, out of the way. I think that sitting here puts your legal equipment out of our reach. It remains Ryan lab property until the hearing is underway. Besides, what are you calling illegal equipment? You recognize a floating botanical unit when you see it? That thing's floating around here, no different from the one behind us. Flintittle, I need more men over here. Rabble. Sky, we don't have their numbers. We'll hold out for so long. Besides, use force. Besides, we don't know whether this tree like device behind us is legal or whether it's safe. For all, it's been 2 years since control right. I'll ask you one question. As a scientist, are you willing to just hand over the product of Director Lunaray's sweat and blood? No, but... take action. Leave no regrets. Only we had more people, but Ryan only has so many people on Propeller Paradise. Forget that we're Ryan lab people too, Mr. Jagger. I didn't want to trick you into this. You're worried about another hearing? It's not like we haven't seen our share of trumped up charges. Those guys wouldn't have gone to the platform if it called us sooner. A bunch of slum slugs trying to play the hero. Possession of the equipment, destruction of property, aiding and abetting. Enough to keep all of you locked away for years. I'd already be locked away if Director Lunaray didn't take me in. Want to touch the tree, you'd have to go through us. Don't threaten me with a good time! And I'm just gonna... this is something that we're gonna... Let's take a screenshot of that and send that to our friend. Another good quote. Good quote. Ryan reaches and touches for a while against the guards attempting to enter, while curious onlookers on the outside look up at the towering tree. Tall dark figure walks past the rear of the crowd, footsteps clanking. Holy snap! Who the heck are you? Oh, this is Ryan's tree. It's an honor to see you here. Here. Oh, you flatter me, Mercia. I've been on an extended holiday and it's about time I got back in the saddle. Are you here for the hearing? Yes, the design of the Mainlander Emergency Management Council badges. Nice. Going on. Is my mission over? Mission has only just started. What are your orders? No rush. These past few days have been quite eventful. Nasty and Gordon Tannen, are there any other stories that I should hear? No. Good. Get the ropeway station in 5 minutes. Going on with Propeller Paradise, that I'm sure I'll need a local guide. Understood. Sorry, I should have closed the window. When the reps and testers are processing the sheets, the longer the hearing takes, the more restless they get. Are you feeling better? You're in poor shape. You've already seen Director Lunaray. Perhaps I should send you back to the Convalis. No. No! Another no, just like last night. We get messy on Propeller Paradise in the coming days. It'll be even more difficult to leave. Oh, they're back in prison. We're in jail again. They didn't even bother to change our cell. I remember the hearing keeps changing. They may be looking for more evidence to stack even more charges on us. Look, if they ask, I'm telling the truth that you're the imposter. Come on, say something. You're scaring me. You know, nomadic prisons on the Barren Lands could become tourist attractions. The only problem is that it's much easier to get in than out. I was thinking about tours at a time like this. You lost one client, and now you're putting your other one in jail. I'll find her, and no need for you to worry. What do you figure? No trial, no ID check, no notice up here. The gods are just stalling for time to find a way to charge us? Yes? I don't think so. It's time. Now you're not the focus of this hearing. But in Oakley are in jail. He hasn't been seen since last night. And all the Rhine restaurant are busy. Everyone in the Ordinium slugs are looking for me and nasty. So I put what I learned from the old man to practice. I would answer for everything. Nothing to fear. Looks like the old fox has lost his touch. Trying to interrogate me yet. Wait a second. Oh, alright. I still show up with the chief executive of Propeller Paradise in the terminal. The Sky Conqueror is currently under excessive stress. Please remember your health. We're on a long journey that leads beyond Terra. Damn it! Are they gonna start hearing or not? They will be over and done with if I were in charge. That old coot just keep tripping me up. It's been this way for 7 years. Why haven't you gotten one bit better in the past 7? How would you do it if you were in charge? You thought you could pat yourself in the back for stopping the Rhine inspections. You could continue to run your little hustle. Worry for you. What do you think ATAO was? I got in. You end up this naive. Got a gun smoothly, if not for that bloody tree. All Nasty's fault. Smoothly? Even a junior assistant under Nasty saw through your tricks. The whole country would have seen your dirty laundry if you weren't every bit as naive as you. So much that he came to me for help. So, tell me, how do you plan on dealing with it? Please, help me, sir. Whatever. Whatever the reason Ryan had to build this floating unit, we can't let them continue to define their own creations. The administration should have had full authority over this, but it has been excluded from the assessment. For incompetence, you mean holding a third party. A scientific consultant is objective, professional, with the appearance of impartiality. You're a goddamn horse! Mr. Tennant, it's a pleasure. He doesn't look like a scientific consultant at all. Handle this Rhine stuff? Visited the floating platform in order to familiarize myself with the assessment subject. It's certainly an impressive tree. There were plenty of activity in its shade. Over our cold, dead bodies! Dagger. Nothing. There's radiation from beyond Starpod Fryer Brain or something. Really want to bleed for this? Look at your wish then. Stop. Uniform. With Maylander? We are with the Maylander's Foundation's Emergency Management Council. Until the bylaws of Propeller Paradise, that council has the authority to take over all administrative and management functions in the event of an accident or disaster. Check with Gordon Tannen and Gustav. Right to see Management Council? Yes, Mr. Jagger. We understand your position, but we advise you to avoid any reckless actions. You're authorized to take extraordinary measures against you and your colleagues, if necessary. We'll prepare the Paradise in a state of emergency, and your preliminary investigation has defined yesterday's event as a special incident. Yes, the Council has established a special investigation team to obtain vetted evidence from the scene and persons of interest. The investigation is ongoing. A hearing is the only fair and just course of action. In the absence of an official judicial institution, we thank you for your patience. The session of this voting by Alton will lead on to the hearing. Of course, I hope your investigation is as fair and just as the conclusion you just reached. There is no need to worry. Safety of the temporary floating platform has been ensured. Bravo is resuming patrol. Why are we just gonna leave, Mr. Jagger? Commander's authority looks real, judging from the reaction of the guards. Hearing keeps getting delayed, things are still in flux. And anything if we stay here. Besides, have any of you seen Dr. Lunaray? See and salute. Sky is trying to porta potty. When the fear for the first time crashes and become debris when extremely high defense, nullifying one buoyancy even on the levitatable zone. It has 2 lives. Oh no, it's not that it has 2 lives. It has a second HP. It's literally just debris, it sounds like. Either way.
私たちの勝利に参加を。
Wow, really? It just it really is just a debris thing.
任せて。
誤差ありません。
Man.
やるしかない。
Cover one more line.
手伝うね。
That one?
失礼します。
Wow, nice high defense. Apparently it's not enough to beat Psycho's like full damage output.
同じ作戦を描いていますわね。
Another rusher.
覚悟はやってみる。
Yeah, that's quite a few of these. Oh, here comes two of them.
私はここだよ。
手伝うね。任せてください。
You know, not gonna lie, it might be better to use Mutsumi's SON here for block count. Since it carries over to her doll form, so when she gets knocked out, she still can block things for a short bit. The small sand beast in the forest caught my attention. My knowledge told me that this creature usually makes its habitat in the barrens. Frightened beast escaped into the bushes. I pursued it through thorn and briar, driven by curiosity. I found myself gazing upon an unexpected landscape. Oh, is this? Oh, it is, okay. You see it, Fenny? Yeah. Like a desert in the sky. Worthy beyond the horizon. It's totally different from the pictures in the textbooks. It smells sweet. Mom baking cupcakes. They'll be ready soon. Tell me again about your adventures in the Eastern Wasteland? No. Tell me about the city in the sky. There is no rush, Fenny. You have plenty of time and plenty of adventures to talk about. You'll see everything that I've ever seen when you grow up and your feet look quicker. I promise. Stop spitting tall tales to my clients. Don't blame me for you boring and trainee. They like my stories better. My job is to take clients to see places that actually exist. You think only the places that your company marked exist. What about the things I saw in my youth? I told you. You shouldn't just read from your tourist manual. You need to walk a path that no one has ever seen. I achieved nothing in life. I laughed at by the neighbors, and spent my old age spinning tall tales to children. I believed your stories. The flying beck beast, floating city, golden pink desert, will only be precious memories. But you believe in your stories too much.
Vern! I'm back here.
Congratulations, Miss Fernbarn. Your application has been approved. You are now the owner of an independent travel agency. Thank you. It is our first big step, even if it's a one-woman company. Woman? I thought there was another name on the application. Fernbarn. My dad passed away last year. Sorry. No need to apologize. I wouldn't have decided to start my own travel agency. Not for him. Even if we won't be able to travel together, Barn will always be an important part of this company. I'm sure you'd be glad. If you decide your first route, I can recommend a few popular spots. There's some place that no one's ever gone before. Most of my peers think my slogan of going back into the unknown is just a gimmick. Well, my client and I know how many wonderful sights we saw and how many amazing things we did together. Our destination was Propeller Paradise. I want to see what the future would be like while my client had an ambiguous wish. I swear I didn't mean to sabotage Ryan. My client was in good shape and you were the only other Banshee I knew of. No need to apologize. I'm not here to put you on trial, I just want to know who and your client to wear. You happy to read your autobiography if you ever publish one? Right now, time is of the essence. You're worried about the hearing? I don't think the investigation is complete yet, since they keep pushing the date back. I'll come sooner than you think. Tell me about your Banshee client, as succinctly as you can. When did you meet? Why'd you come here? And how's her health? It was 2 months ago, in the Bleached Wasteland. It's really cold tonight, and it's black, different from what Dad said. The escorts to the Bleached Wasteland aren't as scary as the stories say. My flesh hasn't been ripped away from ripped from my bones. I haven't heard the ghosts of the dead wailing. Wait, such shadow on the slope. Don't tell me there actually are ghosts here. This Columbia? Guide. Guide. You're right. Also, I'm breathing normal. Doesn't seem like dehydration. Well, can't hurt to try. I'm back in the Convalas, so I haven't seen her yet. That warned me. Was not a roost. Come down. You know your name? No. Where are you going? You're in the Bleached Wasteland, in Columbia. You remember what you're here for? This land? Oh. He's not here. What are you looking for? Me backing up. Ern's tours will fulfill your every wish, even the ones you think won't come true. And our prices are fair and reasonable. My dad always said that if it hasn't come true yet, there's always a chance. He always said, Ma'am? Ma'am! She's lost consciousness. The horns. What is this Banshee looking for, and how did she get lost in the Bleached Wasteland? These floating symbols. What is this? Golden patterns carrying tiny leaves? Is this her arts? Leaves are moving. Bending towards DC. Memory got fuzzier and fuzzier. I didn't know what was wrong with her, and I got desperate. Up time. Symptom of age? Memories. I've seen this before in the Convalis. Goes hand in hand with death. The Banshee who's starting to lose her memory showed up here. And perhaps the last wish to keep what's left of her mind together. You mean, you're trying to fulfill her dying wish. Came all the way to Columbia, walked through the Bleached Wasteland on foot, just to fulfill her final wish. What is she looking for? Object? Truth? What she cared about? See. Open Propeller Paradise is looking for you. But I need to give everyone an explanation. The late hearing is extremely important to you. You came to look for a guide you've only met in passing, asking about our client. Unless you already know who she's looking for. Or is it you she came to Columbia for? Recurring from my mother. Burn? She must still be somewhere in the Propeller Paradise. I'll help you look for her. We're out of time. Please come with us, Director Luna, right? 2 more minutes, please. Wait, your uniform. Lieutenant has sent you. Mainlander Emergency Management Council. Your new uniforms look just like the old ones. My council has completed its investigation concerning the flight of the illegal device that occurred last night. Please accompany us to verify the findings. Please communicate any objections that you may have to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and waste of time at the hearing. Why hasn't the hearing started? We've been waiting for 7 hours. The hearing is delayed. The trial's already begun. I can understand if a scientist doesn't like to talk. Have you forgotten how to speak too? I remember how I was on the short list for that promotion. Next day you transferred an official the same rank over from HQ. It was young, superb, made all the candidates uneasy. Climbed over each other to prove to you that we're the best one for the job. Same old story, isn't it? Ow. And you were the one who got the promotion. I was supposed to get it. Nothing is ever supposed to happen, kid. You really think the chief executive of Umbrella Paradise is an important post? Oh, only remember the one who gives the opening address. It doesn't necessarily have to be you. Gordon has his eyes on the Kuranta behind Gustav. Spikes in the Savra's tail rise up on their ends, swing conspicuously. He is on guard. He knows that Gustav is intentionally agitating his competitiveness, but after so many years at ATAO, he just can't stop himself from provoking his competitors. In order to leave ATAO, he took on tasks that were not his job, pulled strings everywhere, and bowed his head to Gustav, his tormentor. He must not stop now. You think Ryan's device is your consultant? Maybe a variation of a floating botanical unit. Excuses. Oh no. Floating botanical units are electrical cables in the sky. Light, weight, and mobility are paramount. In my way here, to empty slots in the tree's internal activator. My guess is, oh, anyone can tell it's waiting for two keys. Like the tree will fully activate while a second Ride Lab section director is present. Unless someone else sneaks into Umbrella Paradise unnoticed. Oh, what do you mean? People might have many theories and speculations about this device because of its appearance in the Rhine name, but I see nothing more than a flying tree to Gustav. Then, we're here to write Ryan's paper for them. The delayed hearing has brought us time, but the reason Nasty concealed the tree's existence, how friends sneaked in, my side hustle, needs an explanation. Enough. Impatience is a sign of fear, and questions are a sign of incompetence. Our consultant here has already given us the answer. What is it? Ryan's device is pretty low risk, but it also invites all kinds of speculation. Therefore, our definition of it can be as big or as small as we want. What else do you need me to do, sir? You're told. All you need to do is what you're told. Stop pushing. Please let me through. I only need to ask your time. They don't know when the hearing is. I want to know if I should come forward to the investigation. Listen, we're impatient too. I'm gonna do anything to move the hearing process forward. You're actually involved in the case. Let me guess. You took out a Sky loan, didn't you? Yes, there were 6 grocers like me back home. We spent our days betting drinks in the direction that tumbleweed rolled until 2 years ago. Guy, the Star Pod, Life of Originium, went here for Columbia. I understand a thing the TV and newspaper said, but I saw the light that night. I sold my shop, abandoned my wife, took out a huge loan. Damn, you abandoned your wife? Jeez. I went to Propeller Paradise without ever looking back. I'm afraid you heard a dozen stories like that today. Take a banner and go join the protest instead of hanging your head here. Aspen looks down at the protest banner in his hand. Like a silver, a reflective material commonly used by flying machines. Lucky recipes for entry uses the same materials too. Aspen does not understand how it became so popular so quickly. The sulfur reflects his face whenever he walks past it. It is patently absurd. Yet the sight of the silvery fabric also causes his heart to leap, as though the features are really in his hands, and luck is really on his side. I'll make it through this hearing. Even if I'm put in trial and thrown in jail, I'll make the name Lucky Recipes in my exhibits stay on Propeller Paradise, where everybody can see them. This will turn out fine. Lucky Recipes will bring me luck. He's never been late before. Was he delayed by the protests, or did he get lost in the way? The structure of the Propeller Paradise is certainly complex, but it's not so hard to understand if we see it as a massive rank wood film set. I remember the Pioneer Era classics that you starred in. Also think your metal body was some kind of special effect. I have good memory. Transportation and levitating layers is very interesting. A combination of steel wires and ball pods seem like some sort of amusement park. I apologize for the delay. A few rounds of these 3 stooges. I haven't had the chance to greet them yet. No need to be nervous. Young Mainlander agents always attract too much attention. It takes someone with a calmer demeanor like you to play the part of a secretary. But I can't help but feel like you're starting to go too far with this seriousness thing. Dan isn't an easy customer, is he? Has a personality. Not hard to read. Work. Your timing a few days ago was impeccable. The squad eliminated 2 major risks over the exhibition. I'll be sure to make a note on your annual assessment. I'm flattered. Suspension of Propeller Paradise administrative and engineering functions has created plenty of room for Mainlander to operate. Dab's desire to work with us is clear. He sent people to deal with Orion's devices, and he intends to personally instruct his support. I guess all that's left is a hearing to please the public. You have questions about the delay of the hearing, don't you? It's not like Mainlander to stall. Since when did you pick up an impatient streak? Everything happens in due course. We're not only here to investigate. Such a beautiful, futuristic city. Leave Columbia for a few months and all sorts of new stuff pops up. How long will it take to make a full round of the levitation layer? Less than an hour by ropeway. Very good. I would like to enjoy a nice view of Propeller Paradise before the hearing. Ah, thanks, Tin Man.
みんなの息がどんどん合うようになってきたね。
Ah! It's just a straight line with most likely a very speedy something that's gonna spark this run right through. Hopefully it's not big enemies, or else I'll have to swap the 8 to S3 immediately. The wind blows in the leaves in the young Benchy's hand, and voices fall from the breeze. One more story about the tale of the wandering little hero. You and Grace are Valley once. In fact, the mist that shrouds Mr. Lake was actually blown from his bagpipe. Check your feather horns like this, and you can shut your eyes. Use them as an eye mask to sleep during the day. No, of course not. Usually weave your tears into elegies at funerals. The recording ends and the young banshee keeps her leaves in her chest pocket. Her gaze suddenly turns away. Moves up again. I'll throw you into the concrete mixer. How is that? The banshee's incantation. Yes. You journey thousands of miles from Kazdel to Columbia. Yet you record your people's voices to keep by your side, listening to them over and over. Is homesickness hard for you to comprehend? No. But it is rare that I find someone concentrating on nostalgia the way she concentrates on the blueprint. We're trying to decipher the Banshee's language. Why? To find a new path to solve your entire race's plight that endured for millennia. I'm not that arrogant. I only know how to take a burden off the shoulders of a particularly worried individual. See, well, that's pretty much what I just said. So, any breakthroughs? I know I'm not much of a rush. Sounds like you replayed that countless times over. Soaking in the same old corpus until you drown, unable to develop a new language. The limits of vision and thought drown us in the pool of common sense, and then everything turns into a so-called destiny. I thought you left Kazdel knowing this. Those recordings? Rule suggestion? Rational. Hello. Piston. Control of Rhine Lab. Nasty. A talented banshee, freshly recruited by Starley Construction Co., completes projects 3 times faster than regular engineers, provoking rumors of you imbuing your witchcraft into blueprints. We're currently establishing an engineering department at Rhine Lab. Might you be interested? I happened to overhear your chat with the boss yesterday. Rhine Lab is a biotech company, yes? Look up Nasty. You see those foul beasts and the morning stars behind them? I'm only looking for some kind of power to break through the sky. Your prior suggestion, if you wish to accomplish something that exceeds the borders of common sense, perhaps the power you need doesn't come from our side. Rhine Lab should be looking into a scientific investigation department instead. A rational suggestion. I take this as the first proposal fielded by our Director of Engineering. Miss Lunaray, let me straight to the hearing. Perhaps a more confidential cell. Here we are, waiting for our cable car at the railway station. Are we to visit the levitation layer next? Visitor has indeed arranged for that. Long time no see, Nasty. What was you? I just got here, and what a fine place it is. I still have half the place to see. We'll look together. Right. Why is it raining only in the area we just passed through? Cloud predictions, thanks to a sky simulated system developed by Rankwood. Wait 5 minutes and you can even enjoy an aurora. A century ago, that fellow known today as the father of projections was lamented to meet up on a film set. Wonder when we could actually shoot film up into the sky. Sky fever does truly set the revolutionary gears of film tech in motion. Quite an atmosphere here, Nasty. Personally, I take civilization's rapid developments as commonplace happenings. Now I can't help but be moved by the Colombian's creativity. Hard to believe he'd still be in the mood for fun games. According to the laws drawn up for Propeller Paradise, 11 authorities must call for a hearing within 12 hours of an emergency event happening to investigate the matter and notify the public. Warren Barnes of Ryan Lazavarium wrecked our research projects and exposed his shady dealings to public scrutiny. Evidence and testimonies provided were complete and accurate. Your people arrived quickly, yet you've been dragging your feet to begin this hearing. This is no procrastination, Nasty. 2 years ago, the Colombians never thought they'd fight the clouds for their right to dwell above. Now, Propeller Paradise has become the hottest topic in all of Colombia. Name tops the special plate registry record. Take a moment to ride the cable cars that circles around. Facilities around you. Company representatives clogging the entrance to the registration center. All this already tells us what sort of judgment the hearing will produce. No? Propeller Paradise. Get it? Paradise. Representing a zealous ambition to fly high up to the skies, while Propeller has the exact implication too. There's no stopping. A smuggling network exposed, revealed to be led by the chief executive, involving nearly 100 companies. Irregularities found in the park's research work over the past 6 months. Once we begin investigating, the exhibition will have to be cancelled. You're right, Nasty. The hearing must convene. Everything that's happened must be accounted for. That's all they need. Count. Ryan Lab is the most appropriate party to provide that. Well, this sky fever began that night timelines. Anyone could believe Ryan Lab will do something like that this again. Never the silent technician connecting nothing but cables that your peers say you are. So, this isn't exactly a false accusation against Ryan Lab now, is it? Your mystery tree still floats to us in the sky, putting aside your botanical unit. Excuses? How are you going to explain that? Sounds like I don't even have to attend the hearing anymore. You already made up your mind, after all? Sorry, Nesty. I heard the exact time frame, but I'll go home eventually. Someone's waiting for me. If that happens, Ryan Lab can become one of the stops in your journey. It doesn't matter if you want to develop a new language, create new Convalis, or change the so-called fate of your clan. No one will get in the way of your goals. On the contrary, Ryan Lab will fight for everything you need. For all, we have many like you. In the catch, or perhaps I should have asked, cost? Nasty, I don't ask company employees to view Ryan Lab's operations as some sort of grand undertaking worthy of personal sacrifice. If we want to accomplish the unprecedented, we're already on a path strewn with enough doubt and loss. So, we must never stop. Ever. Consent to join Ride Lab then? Seeing as we're still in the cable car, I'm sure there's room for discussion. The hearing must take place, and everything has to be accounted for. But it's merely an accounting. All the Columbia knows about the Horizon Arc project from 2 years ago. Kristen stole funding from the DoD, but Ryan Lab as a whole was not fully involved. So, I was certainly her accomplice. Pinning the blame of endangering the entire park on a company versus an individual has entirely different implications, Nasty. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself like this for Ryan Lab? Sacrifice? Kristen and I aren't fans of the word. Everything has a price. This is what life in the Castle taught me. There's no way I'll willingly take the blame for one of Melander's plans. I won't make it hard for the other Ryan Labbers. Or that tree, for that matter. You wish with the device, my assistant take the data. Once the research isn't finished, he knows nothing about my project, so he don't worry about him tampering with it. Here. The agents at the station will escort you where you should go. Right. Anything else? When I returned to Castle, I went to the Convalis. Viola's here, I already know. I had planned to hurry to find her before I went to the hearing. Viola's in the park. Mercia. Oh, I see. I'll send someone to look after my old friend. Thanks. The hearing on the sudden accident on Propeller Paradise has just concluded. Suspect Nessie Lunery abused her position as the head of Park Engineering Department to conduct unauthorized experimental projects. This nearly led to a disaster. On the night of the incident, the suspect attacked Gordon Tendon, Park Chief's executive, in an attempt to cover up her crime with an unidentified tree-shaped device. According to Mr. Tennant's testimony, the suspect not only deliberately tried to harm him, but she also abused her engineering privileges to tamper with the exhibits, forced herself in order to collect illegal tests, deliberately suppressed rival tech companies, and forced dozens of outstanding companies to leave the park. Now, with ATAO's backing, the innocent corporations implicated in this incident have turned to Propeller Paradise and will continue to contribute to Columbia's aerial operations. Suspect Nessie Luneray is currently in custody after confessing to her crimes. She'll be sent to DC courts to face justice. Now on, Propeller Paradise operations will be overseen by Gordon Tannen and Gustav, supervised by the Mainlander Emergency Management Council. The highly anticipated Air Expo of Columbia will not be effective whatsoever. Madame Vela. Oh, was that too loud? Apologies. Nasty. What happened to her? And that, madam? Your final memory of Director Lunar AB when you saw her last night? The young agent placed the hand on the cold old projector and gently turned styles, as if manipulating delicate strings of memories. The Mainlander Emergency Management Council intervenes in all Colombian incidents, aim of monitoring the emergency measures of the government agencies. Incidents produce the easiest facts to manipulate. The Tin Man always jokes about how the Council's methods are more extensive than Mama John's stock lists, and this of course includes Mercia's Originium Arts, erasing memories. Mercia has done the same action hundreds, thousands of times. Now, her hand turning the dial freezes up. No, at least I should do this to an old woman with already fading memories. Besides, the facts have been tampered with enough today. While hearing satisfied corporate reps, fellow agents lifted in the crowd. Exactly as the Tin Man's mission this time. People on patrol, I can do for you. Now time before he discovers my deception. Can't stop worrying over Director Lunaray, I'll figure out a way. Misty, my daughter. Sorry. You homeless? Or zealots, myriad souls be, bones to bones, soul to souls. Let's conclude the funeral here, Vela. Our people have returned to the courtyard and night is falling. 3 months. Demoy spent 3 whole months in the wooden hut under the roosting tree before it finally came. I done all I could, but I could not alleviate the pain of slowly turning into an empty husk. You'd never the sorrowful sort. The reed beds along the lake shore would sway to the sound of her laughter. Every pleasant memory from the past 6 centuries vanished completely within the first 8 days after she moved into the wooden hut. I couldn't retrieve them as much as I wanted to. In those final 3 months, as her remaining memories abandoned her, all she could do was force out broken, hoarse whispers from her throat. In her 2 centuries of life, she certainly knew laughter in full measure, at least. But why did she have to end up meeting death in agony? In these 200 years since we settled in Convalis, the banshee that has left us has experienced a long and painful period of losing their memory or death. Roadchoke, simply put. Departed, banshees are the last ones to remember their existence. It's not our nature to forget, but to remember. Forgetting is indeed a new phenomenon of the last 2 centuries, but you shouldn't blame yourself for a chronic disease we have yet to comprehend. Disease? What cost? Every time, every person without fail, first loses the memories of life in the Convalis. As if the life we created was mere stuffing made of cotton, a substitute that replaced the life we were originally born to live. In the end, is completely the time the people who once filled are left as empty husks. Isn't that what we have always wanted to do? Create a different life for the banshees, the Sarkaz, a life accompanied by song and patience rather than war and death. Remember what Her Highness promised us? As we deal with all of this in the Convalis, she, as the King of Sarkaz, will guide our people to bid farewell to our omnipresent, vengeful, and bloodthirsty nation. Personally told me that Her Highness has turned to Rudnium for answers. With that dame. I had a few more conversations with Her Highness after that, but she never forgot our original dream. Only changed to a more decisive method to fulfill our promise. If the day comes where flowers can cover the land, all the more we Sarkaz will need a way of life. Hopefully I can fail to hold on until then. The roosting tree is still withering. Its roots have long since rotted. The children of soil and stone's witchcraft nor my own incantations have been of any effect. There is a future of our roosting tree. I hope you'll be there to see it. Past 3 months, have you even gotten even a single night's sleep as you kept Demoy company? For moments of peace were thanks to your soothing incantations, that she could gain respite from listening to the boats on Mist Lake. What about you? Now that Demoy is gone, and you left to experience the war 2 centuries ago, are you and me? Yeah, I can pay the price. With the children. Why you sent a Fano to Kazda? Banshee's future should be left to the children. Whether our decision was right or wrong, the children pay for it. Is that why you didn't let Nasty join the funeral rites this time? If that I didn't, when Valis' life is but a fragile existence made of cotton and stuffing, then Nasty grew up fighting for life in Kazdal, where death is nothing but originium crystals spreading all over the ground. Her attitude towards death will spread doubts to the other children. She has a bright mind. I'm sure she'll understand your intention. I remember when she wanted to build a hut of her own by the roosting tree, and you had her build it in the misstable pulp woods. You hardly bring her to the courtyard gatherings, nor do you allow her to formally study incantations and elegies. How do you explain that all to her? Spoken too loud. As the custodian, I had to a further way to find some peace and quiet. How busy I was. Believed it? At least she said nothing. Alright, La Carameline. You'd go. And you? I wish to stay a while longer. You've sung this elegy long enough. I don't know what else I can do. When Velas is headed toward decay, beyond it, the soul is left homeless by my mistakes. I'll go back and keep Nasty company at least. Mother, you not be able to pay the cost of always shutting our children out. You close the door only to hide cruel truths, but the child, you're pushing her away. These days, I've been getting the feeling that Nasty will leave. Never thought the day would come so soon. Yes, it is an abrupt decision. A flimsy boat drifts downstream out of the valley, repelled by an old banshee's incantations. Reeds sway as the thin mist veils the fallen leaves on the lake's surface. Though he's indiscernible, the pharaoh is bereft of a seasonal undertone. Free to spend the rest of your life peacefully in the Kunvalis. It was my mistake, not finding you earlier than I did. I've already gone through so much suffering. I decided to bring you back here. I should have been responsible for you. And, please, you have my conflicted heart, Nasty. I'm not leaving because of you, Vela. At least, for the reason you think. Those children, you know how Kazal is. And now, the living is still fighting the market, teeming with the stench of rust and excrement, while crystals sprout from the dead like untreated weeds. Does not hold the answer I want. Question in the first place? Where are you planning to go? I don't know. Maybe I'll use the half-baked incantations I picked up from you, cast a few stones to the valley's entrance, and let them decide a direction for me. Canyon, Laterano, Columbia. I heard those strange names when wandering in Castel. Those places. Very far. So, take care, child. Well, long silence, Failey only manages one sentence. But Banshee has traveled far and wide bearing word of demise, only realizes now how unfamiliar those places sound to her. Her adopted daughter is about to embark on a journey. She has no idea how it will end, or what sort of advice to impart. As the boat gently slides by the murmur of water, Nasty does not turn around. Farewell, Mother. Unsuspecting rats.
それじゃ行くよ
I
邪魔ですわ 迷っている暇はありませんわよ
hole here. See, the tricky part is we're gonna put Uka here.
あなたたちの終幕に挽歌を
We're going to cover this section backwards.
やるしかない
Only attacked allied units in aerial state. There might be a bit much on that platform. Oh, we don't need to block this yet. Is it going smoothly? Let's kind of like fly down here and come back around, probably.
Hi.
Oh, that thing, it's pretty hard. Interesting. That just hits very hard, genius. Good thing there's only one more left. Also, it's a rain attack, so like it actually attacks without needing block count. Nice misses. Okay, so everything is flying. We already know that. A lot of rushers. Pretty much we have like a literal flying dog units. One that drops debris that takes up the levitation count. And burn drones that increase the count, but just like a double-edged sword. And make sure the balloons aren't like exactly underneath most characters. And then for this enemy specifically, we just need to take care of it quickly or hope we can block it because we have no healing. Ow. First broadcast will be in once we're in range of the intercity net. Please make sure your exhibits are all functioning optimally. Air Expo Columbia is about to begin. That's Tower Mountains. That's Tower Mountains' Finn Beta airship. They made a lot of last-minute modifications and greatly improved its heat resistance. The powered Harvard kitchen kit. Our source that works even beyond the star pod. I've been curious ever since I first read the brochure. Whoa! Good thing you only hit the window rail. You're getting your whole head stuck in there. The expo's about to begin. Aren't you nervous at all? Relax. Professionals always have an escape plan ready. I'll get you out when the time's right. You want to leave already? You want to leave already? No, sir. Of course not. Whatever. I'm just here to hand over some stuff. A lot of papers. A lot of papers. Are those records and investigation forms? On them. Burn barn. Vandalizing public property, theft of cultural relics, trespassing, embarrassing a guide. Nice little indie guide worth your trouble to scrutinize 5 years of work history. Well, you just need your signature down here. And you'll spend the rest of your life in jail for reducing folks to handcuffs and shackles. What do you want? Expo's about to begin, but we need more hands on deck. Can't afford to lock up the park's only 2 guides. That would waste time and resources. Give me records with your name on them. And you're connected to nasty Lunar Ray. So you decide to threaten me. Stay in line. There's a chance to wipe your rap sheets clean, you know? Seems like I don't have a choice. For thanks for Gustav. One proposed it to the Mainlander Emergency Management Council. The 2 of you will be missing out on his expo marking the beginning of a new era without it. Sure, you heard the broadcast too, where the park plate drives into the Interstate Net's range and begins a live stream. Make sure you're fully prepared to introduce the future to every Colombian outfit. I get it. I'll finish all the studio work. We'll leave the park before the expo ends. Good deal. But out, you two. Time to go to work. Oh, on behalf of all Italians, I express my most sincerest congratulations for the upcoming Air Expo Columbia to be held on the experimental propeller paradigm. I think I guess who signed it in the end? The conductor of the Guldeness? Yes, that's Guardian of the Nine Chase. Anyway, oh, I know the string of the titles neither of us could pronounce. The Kaiserin. The late Maylander Sr. always had those with a keen sense for politics. Never lose it, and it seems that holds true. Yes, Wilson. I'd rather keep a keen sense for fine taste. Later on, it took half a century to hold the Summit of Nations, an event you could say was the largest diplomatic event in Terra in nearly 2 centuries. Lithuania only sent over a few Instamian dukes as delegates. And the Expo Columbia has got a personal letter of congratulations from the Kaiserin. Mr. Vice President, Rebel Paradise has sent over a gift. A bunch of balloons in the shape of the present, most of which are already decorating the hallways. Thank you, Buffard. Perhaps you could present the Kaiserin's wishes with a balloon like that one. Let the Geschots watch her. The Spirecaster spent 3 days carefully dismantling it to rubber scrap. It seems to be the average balloon for decorative purposes. But that is no longer the case. Since the letter was penned by the Kaiserin, it'll transform into the most cutting-edge military tech. A real bomb disguised as a balloon sent floating into another country's airspace. How many congratulations like that have you received? Let's see. We're in Grand Dukes, the second speaker, the Grand Knight of Casimir's. I'll run out of fingers to count on. The people before me spent 4 years worrying about immigration and tariffs. Me? Most cities got captured, never-changing sky got ripped open, and a long silent ocean began to speak. After all that, the core nations unanimously decided balloons are always aerial bombs in disguise. What about us? Oh, this balloon of ours can't even fly. After the balloons were sent over, the flammable hydrogen got replaced with regular air, for safety reasons, of course. How safe and careful we Colombians are. Sounds like a serious matter of national security, but here's discussing it with a retiree. Inside the state building, the finest reception hall in DC even. It's hard to imagine retirement making things any different for Jara Booker Wilson. Hospitality is hardly befitting the once eternally shining star, or Ryan Lab's former director of HR. These days, people seem more willing to be moved by a legend or miracle than by politics or promises. Even the most rational congressmen are no exception. If you're referring to the few meetings I had with Congressman Wayne, I believe you have already expressed your gratitude with those unique souvenirs from your egg. I was just personal token of my gratitude. Besides, I later realized the scientists at the observation station must have sent you something similar before. If you show up and give the right people the chance to put the hydrogen back in Columbia's balloons, I'm sure I won't be the only one in line to thank you. In my understanding, the most suitable people to do it would be those who made the balloon in the first place. I've stepped in their behalf quite a few times. Researchers are as sincere as children. I can never bear to see their hopes dashed. Their retirement has made no difference to me whatsoever, though. Of course, we all know how important Rhine is to you. Look, Propeller Paradise. You don't even need binoculars to see out anymore. Wait only to wait and see what they turn Columbia's balloons into. We're gonna do a bag check to see if our phone's back on. %61% should be good enough to turn back on our model. Just a moment. Okay, still checking. Hello, we are back. Gosh, our eyes are super tired. Look, the high altitude adaptive balloon in the shape of the president is one of our hot souvenirs. The balloon surface automatically adjusts its molecular structure according to the environment. It won't explode, even if it collides with the barrier. Think about it, miss. Just how many balloons could we fit into the barrier? I remember agents are required to pass the university level physics fundamentals exam. right purpose to push the boundaries of physics itself. Are you implying those samples as snacks on your first research purposes? Just for disguise purposes, I want to buy some fresh cotton candy plants overall at platform 4, a small vacuum chamber. I could simulate a burst and develop an Atara. Don't you think it's romantic? At least that's less boring than having to transport a special someone. Special? You mean that Banshee? Yeah, the one you were charged of before. So the Tin Men already knew. You said you had an urgent mission to handle, so we'll take over vacuuming the special individual. If I was in bad shape, you'll have to be very careful. I know. Well, Banshee has to be skilled in witchcraft, no? We'll set up cognitive interface detectors to make sure nothing goes awry. Cognitive interference? She's already being tormented by her shattered memories. Man, where are my colleagues at? We've evacuated all the park personnel from the levitation layer in the next half hour, or I want to get to buy any souvenirs. Last chance we'll get to see such weird stuff. I think you should go buy your cotton candy planets. They won't be coming. At the ropeway station? Right, I gotta go to platform 4. I'll miss out on the cotton candy. Madame Vela, my apologies. But I only watch you 30 minutes. Act on your desires. Hey. Door. Open. Guiding me home? Where is Nesty? Ah, you got your place repaired already. Still an hour before the broadcast begins. Necktie should I wear? Well, let's go stop deciding who will make the opening speech. Right now, any longer, we'll have no time to prepare a script. An hour won't be enough to list all my countless contributions to the park. All the many organization departments to thank for all the help they've given me. They deserve the recognition. Everything was planned, surely. What am I thinking? Along with the no whale's side with a Karanta he's only known for a few days. Very end, Gustav never changes, using every trick in his sleeve to keep his lackeys in line. Make sure them do as they're told. Like a bunch of kids. All nerves over a little prize they deserve. Come 5-4's not back yet. I'm supposed to just check the office for any news. Who's that? Letter? I knew it. I know it! After hesitating for so long, he sells an obvious choice. Me! How much effort did I put into snatch the opportunity to transfer here, which I haven't finagled to climb the ladder from my lowly admin job in 6 months? I'm the chief executive of Parallel Paradise. I'm the only one who can confront it. Oh, speak for me. That sly old fox never leaves anything to chance. My fellow Colombians, I am Gordon Tannen, the chief executive of Parallel Paradise. I'm sure I kept you waiting in front of your screen for some time now. Oh, it was with a heavy heart that I announced the official cancellation of Air Expo Columbia. A major accident occurred in the park. But as the charge of the place, I didn't deniable responsibility for this. Wait, an accident? Is this a mistake? This is a public apology. Alert! Alert! Patrol complete. Letter not attained. But the path has been blocked by a group of Terrans. Based on the travel route, they are presumably heading towards the levitation layer's experiment zone. In time, detecting several high-powered Originium products on the move, wearing cargo identification tags. They belong to Gordon Tannen. Tags? Bloody letter, the news brought back by 5-4. This is no mischievous prophecy, but an indisputable reality. Shock, panic, anger, countless emotions fill Gordon's chest. Is Gustav about to cause an accident on Propeller Paradise? The expo all of Columbia has been eagerly waiting to see. For what reason? When he began planning this, what sort of pawn is Gordon Tannen to him? Apology, amends. Gordon is not familiar with these words. Ostracized by his colleagues, driven by his eccentric hobby, violating the rules. The thin sheet of paper before him reflects the culmination of his work over the past 7 years. He wrote hundreds of self-reflection letters during the time at ATAO. Remembers every single time Gustav would demand an apology from him, and how he slid from defiance to compromise. What he deserved, the things he begged Gustav for like a child, were accusations against him all along. Get the speech, Tannen. So, can you do it? Carefully chosen necktie tightens. Order device. All I have to do As I'm told. Perhaps more Dr. Oxygen LMD. Already do the last 2 stages. Upgrade a Nesty.
ごきげんよう、ドクター。今晩、マスカレードを開きますの。ご都合がよろしければ、ぜひお越しになって。特等席をご用意しておりますわ。
15. And what are the golds? Add a 9 extra. Go to the blues. 100 mark. We can drop green to our last one.
Rewind 3 seconds. The terminal on the left was displaying incorrect data.
You know, surprisingly, we're not that far away
Alright.
from
Problem solved.
being able to upgrade here. In fact, we have a supporter tips. Like unironically, because we were prepping to build Prominix before, but we didn't pull her. So, yes, we have a reason to use these now.
Products received.
One, two, three, four.
Products received.
Entries up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ignore the fact that the Ryan Lab characters are crafting the Ryan Lab upgrade material for the Ryan Lab character. And just 2 of these. Great. We actually have green stars to buy those. A couple of grindstones. I think we are... we've already like knocked out all the other stuff. How many pull? We started at... So beforehand, calculation-wise, we had 30 pulls stocked up beforehand in Pity. So the amount of pulls that we did for... in this banner to get Nasty was... about 30. About pretty much another 30. More or less.
Products received.
Two of these.
Products received.
It's like here and there. We did have to use our the pity that we saved up for it, but well, there's a lot of time. There's a lot of time to get more pulls at least until the next major event. One of these.
Products received.
Swap over to Array.
Products received.
Nice double hit, jeez.
Products received.
And none there. Then we swapped to Nian for the last 2.
Products received.
Get 1 refund. And then we just need LMD. A sweet banner around the corner, need 200 pulls. Yeah, we know. Well, it's more or less around the corner. There's still like a month or two. Well, a month and a half. We have a lot of like side events between still. I'll just play that. Use up all the LMD. Should be right here. Oh, we're still like slightly short. What's a good place to get a tiny bit more LMD? Actually, don't say anything. Don't say anything to anyone. Off the record. Off the record. off the record. We just need the extra LMD off the record. You empty the event LMD? Yes, we literally just did. If you want a confirmation on that, we can show you. Event LMD all cleared. It takes a lot of LMD to upgrade a single operator. Yep, that hurts. It hurts us too. That's why it is. It never happened. Just imagine that it never happened. It is nothing. There is nothing to worry about. Everything is fine. Let's promote the operator.
I'd like to thank Rhodes Island and you for the recognition, Doctor. Our cooperative efforts have been reassuring.
Okay, we're not gonna get to use her for now since we're still doing Ave Magica only on our run. But we've pretty much got her prepped and ready to go. Agreed. We'll grab the blue skill books from the event. Oh, is there any medals for like doing anything specific? Can you just double check? Oh. No more than 4 operators to be defeated by. Well, that's like a kind of a spoiler. 2 or 6 or 3-star rating, how no operators be defeated by liberated trees. Yeah, that didn't happen. We'll need to redo that later off stream. But anyways, 2 blocks. And yes, we've literally just been using these 5 units the entire time. We commit. Event 3, secondary patrol complete. Target pod in position, no suspicious individuals detected. This little platform but us. Watch the switch on your end. Barba's engines have undergone breakpoint testing. Mark's about to enter the city's net's range. From the official line to the public, the gathering is only temporary. You can all return to their respective exhibit areas once the broadcast intro segment is done. Understood. Everyone's gone on your end? In Manchester, we had to make sure all park personnel are safely evacuated before we send the operation signal. Main road sealed off an hour ago. The support platform's emergency jump pads are all shut. Cable cars routes were all diverted to only go in one direction last night. No one's been able to get in. Better play it safe. Robot station needs backup. Ryan Research isn't blocking the access hub with a group of testers. It's hard to get around them. Gotta back them up. Which will we time this right? Every preparatory step has to be complete before the broadcast begins. That. Look, over there. Soda bottle cap? Probably rolled off the table from the floating pod shaking. Probably nothing. Let's go. Ah, hi. Mr. Espen, what on earth is your obsession with that balloon? The couch is small enough without you hanging onto that. I almost got squished flat. Oh, you so they actually acknowledge the balloon that's constantly floating behind them on the sprite. I'm sorry, Miss Barton, but I begged you to take me here just for this. You have no idea how much effort it took slipping right out from under their noses and then getting you here. Really sorry about that. You had me the toolbox from the closet. The evacuation announcement came so suddenly, I didn't have the time to make sure the floating pods would be airtight, alright during the stream. You want the Lucky Chris to be on display at the expo that badly. During a public hearing, signing a temp contract with a tour guide is with multiple charges under her belt, helping her escape park security just so you can have her bring you back to a sealed off levitation layer. You guys? One just for the sky! I'm trying to get here. They were clear to have Lucky Chris speak to the show and draw in investors. Yeah, the sky will answer every future seeker, and all that jazz. Propeller Paradise's slogan is plastered all over the place. Trash can lids and the slums included. But if it's blind faith, I'm not going to give up now after coming this far. Nothing wrong with components, and they'll last until the show ends. Go. Oh, why is the door locked? Wait, did you hear that? I did. Tell me something's really up with my product. Oh, I don't mean the exhibit. From under our feet? Oh, isn't the line moving? If it's any longer than the broadcast is gonna start. Come down, Maylander guys. On their way to handle it. They got someone surrounded. Looks seems like a random lab researcher, judging by the uniform. Let me through. The tree's hard drive and motherboard haven't been removed yet. Wish you luck. Allowing the Rhine tree at the expo has been our biggest concession to Rhine Lab. We've even been so generous as to let you copy the data for future research. What do you want? I just need 5 minutes. Don't pull any tricks either. Then the ATAO's science consultants issued a report on the tree. It's completely harmless. No, all levitation layer personnel are to return to the ground. Ensure the exhibits are finalized. They'll return after the opening speech. Besides, the uplink cable cars aren't operating now. No way you can reach the Rhine tree. It's the highest point in the park. Realize how much effort Director Lenore put into this experiment until I saw the core code. I remember how she never abandoned her dreams for the sky. We saved a little backtracking time later. I want to help her somehow. You have to let me through! Mr. Jagger, one more move and we'll have to resort to more special methods. Tut, wait. The tree looks strange. Use the same excuse 10 minutes ago. No, it looks really weird. Look for yourself. The expo is about to open, with the Colombian sun shining brightly. The crowd follows the sky's finger and spots a dazzling tree. The branches wrapped in special material should have been completely still, like tiny insects trapped in resin. However, here and now under the sunlight, the broken branches seem to glow green. Organic materials don't photosynthesize. The park handbook states clearly it is common for exhibits to transform in high-altitude environments. Rhine stuff doesn't do that. And it doesn't give you an excuse to go back up there. Going up there won't solve the problem. I have no idea what exactly is going on. But I know who does. Huh? It's left that easily. Levitation layer. 11 main platforms and 20 support platforms have been inspected. Cameras and backup detonators have been installed in 9 smaller levitation pods, which will crash one by one when activated. Personnel evacuation is complete. Scouts have done multiple calculations of the fallout curve based on current wind direction and force, and have confirmed falling debris will not reach the square serving as the evacuation pod. All areas are progressing well. Gustav sends a word from the Cloud Restaurant's cockpit that Propeller Paradise will be within DC intercity net range in 5 minutes. Orders, sir? Anyone seen those 2 newbies from Bravo? Responsible for that Banshee? Positioning shows they're still in Platform 3. That's not in the plan's operation range. Should we send someone to check it out? Seems like their mission's been taken over. Platform 3 is far from detonation target, so don't worry about that. I'll handle it later. All teams, synchronos. Phase 2 begins now. The jail cell window cropped the sky into a tiny square. The ordinary yet mysterious tree, centerpiece of Nasty's research and Ryan Lab's core project, is now hidden from her view by strangely clothed figures in a floating balloon. In a few minutes, the export broadcast will begin without Nasty's involvement. Her bone pen and mechanical devices were seized earlier, so all she needs to do now is play the role of a helpless sinner. If Mulesius were here, he'd probably summon 8 water clones to scold her for being silly. But Nasty does not regret her decision, though there is one woman on her mind. Viola leaving the Convalis has always left her uneasy. The chance came. Who's that? Correct, Luna, right? You have to follow me to the tree platform. You're supposed to be keeping the device data and core code safe. What are you doing here? But the tree is growing now! Growing? It's impossible. So that's not supposed to happen. If it affects the levitation module, it'll definitely be dangerous to anyone on the ground. Levitation module runs independently. With a backup power supply that can last for 5 days. With the normality you mentioned, you'll find out what's happening is to go inside the tree. Come with me, Director. Security cams have been rigged with a delayed feed, so that should buy us at least 20 minutes. I'm not sure why, but the cell smart locks are unlocked, so now's... That's because the chief executive of Propeller Paradise opened them for you. Gordon. Damn, he is fully kitted out. He ain't taking this lying down. What's all that on you? A DIY high altitude face shield, modified propellers, a second-hand insulated spacesuit. You loot them from the park's scrap and recycle plant? Your distorted testimony at the hearing is still up on the park's bulletin board. You're helping us escape. Don't tell me you had a sudden attack of conscience. Nasty, I've got your bone pen and devices here. Sorry about the hearing. I'd rather stand in the defendant's dock with you than recite that prepared speech. After all, confiscated devices are my goods anyways, so I'll take the blame for that. What have you done with Gordon Tenon? What happened? My dear citizens of DC, and those watching this live broadcast, it's my honor to introduce Propeller Paradise, an experimental park that is sure to leave its mark in Colombian history. You don't have much time. Nasty, you've done deals with Gustav. I'm sure you won't doubt the intel I'm about to hand over. Boss is planning something with the Mainlander, correct? Even sharper than I thought. Seeing the park's chief executive here when he's supposed to be making a speech just in a half an hour is proof enough. Friends, look at your windows up at the sky. No amount of marketing bluster can compare to what you see with your own eyes. For the future among the clouds is waiting for you. If you want to can the expo with an accident that'll kill the future of Propeller Paradise, I have no idea exactly what their plan is. Mainlander's involved, they'll move fast. What's that? God, am I seeing things? Something's falling from the levitation layer. Is that the Lucky Crispy's floating pod? No, there's more. Maybe 4 is part of the opening ceremony. Didn't mention this in the script. If they really come crashing down. Wait, the pod stopped falling as if someone's gripping them firmly. So, what was that? Oh, it seems like tech companies have prepared a surprise they even got me. Just witnessed Propeller Paradise's breakthrough in the field of levitation. No need for papers or data, and this is only just the beginning. No way. There's no emergency stop module in ongoing projects. They've done that. Kai, your field measurements are more precise. Where were the falling pods supposed to land? Visual estimates, they would have probably crashed up platform 2, blocking the connecting lower layer tunnel. The only path we could take to the tree. Gordon, with your apology, I have no time for your plans. Miracle's no stroke of luck. Might have something to do with you and your invention. Is that a threat? Just my intuitive judgment on all rule breaking. I don't need your help with Gustav, but I do need a bargaining chip to make sure Propeller Paradise stays afloat when everything is done and dusted. It's my trait, yeah? Letting you handle something only you know how to handle is part of my plan. Got it. Ryan Lab staff will cooperate with you. However, whatever it is you're planning to do, go to the tree at the first sign of danger and I'll come get you. Everything ready? 5-4? Preparations complete. Let's go. I have an opening speech to make. A little bit of rebellion never hurt anybody. A little bit of mutiny never hurt anybody. Wait, a lot of platform stuff here.
るしかない。迷っている暇はありませんわよ。
私たちの勝利に。
Are there just like an open spot like the top here? And why does it look like there might be an enemy that like might try to like sneak around kind of thing? Doesn't seem like it. No? You will.
こっちこっち。
And you will connect up here.
位置につきました。
Going pretty smoothly. Oh, flying platform. Actual elite unit to watch out for.
ドクター、任せてください。
Another one. Should be fine to this. For that, yeah?
私は君臨し続ける。
呼びましたか。たやすいことです。
Last one. What's another one? That one might be a bit more of an issue. Depending on circumstances. Because, I think it's hard.
ドクターと私、きっと今。
ドクター、たやすいことです。
So, I think it hits pretty hard. How's the stage event? It's pretty good. The story stages so far are pretty neat. The enemy types are very unique this time because they're all flying. Hang on, the jammer and backup detonators aren't working? The transmit signals show the devices are all activated. The 9 target pod cores engines have stopped. Now the receive signals are all messed up. Even pods without transmitters are attached or sending signals. Get a team to investigate this. Have them all remove traces of our work from earlier. Read the transmitters. Captain, that's the equivalent to calling the operation a failure. You forget how we do things on Mainlander. Reality happens to significantly deviate from our plan. Cease all action immediately. You know, the same some rank would espionage flick heroes trying to be tough. Seems like someone is biased against blockbuster hits. We don't get reshoots. It's not as if we have no other choice. Don't send anyone to the pods. That's probably the Banshee's incantation that's keeping those toys from falling straight down. But Nasty should be in jail right now, right? He's not the Banshee I'm referring to. The incantation has fundamentally changed how the levitation layer facilities are connected. The malfunctioning receivers prove this. Tell me the Banshee's incantation is able to connect to the levitation layer power supply structure? Send signals and synchronize commands? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Nasty designed the entire park's conduits and systems herself, after all. He didn't become one of the Raiden Lab 10 solely on her engineering talent. Though, if we utilize the upper level's power grid and detonate just one engine, it'll cause the entire layer to fall. So the entire layer? They mean the park will connect with the DC in 25 minutes. We'll have to present a reverse firework display to Propeller Paradigm. The plans: closing the upper layer, mobilize personnel, and connect the support platforms surrounding the levitation layer to the common power grid. Hold in the lower layer, calculate the crash zone, and prepare for evacuation measures at any moment. I'll let Gustav know of this, and have the admin staff coordinate with us to lay the opening signal. Also, send a group to the jail to confirm Nasty's position, and deploy at least 3 elite squads to the elevator square and any ascendable routes. It'll be a matter of time before he returns to the levitation layer. Are you not going to join? Oh, I have to go supervise an agent of mine. Mainlander has quite the troublesome evaluation systems after all. I'll join the rest of you once I'm done. Alright teams, move out. Damn broadcasting hanging in the Cloud Restaurant, incessantly switching between gaudy company logos and the newest levitating devices, while Oakley's agitated voice booms from the speakers. Lower left of the screen is a real-time feed from the control room. A small red dot representing Propeller Paradise flashes, heading for Max DC. Your camera sat on a cloud-like carpet, putting a lone chair, like a defendant's dock awaiting Gordon Tannen's attendance. Just realize your tail is really, like, blocky. You know? You're late. With the sneeze. Okay, we're live. Why did you come dressed like that? There's no time to prepare a new outfit. We only have 20 minutes until your speech. Tying my ATO uniforms too tight. I remember 6 years back when you just got that set of clothes after your promotion to a full-time role. I personally adjusted it for you, so giddy from joy you were. We had a lot to learn to be worthy of that uniform. Then I stayed in that same entry-level role for the next 6 years. A newbie's first skill is writing self-reflection letters. It's not that I have never regretted helping you into that uniform. What about now? This outfit. The blame for causing the accidents. Who put them on me? Oh, so you figured it out. You seized 2 crates of my goods the night I was exposed. I thought you were helping me dispose of them, but I found out they ended up in the hands of you and Maylander. But this apology speech wasn't written that night either, was it, sir? For one, importing Ordinian device into Columbia clearly violates ATAO regulations, and if security is compromised, I'll be the sin eater for the whole park. They'll think this is a personal grudge. Wrong? I have always been a slum boy to you and a bad little rule breaker. I climbed through the ranks on my own effort, you only came to hate me more. Your own effort. I honestly think a useless bum with disciplinary records and hundreds of self-reflecting letters in file could manage to transfer to the highly coveted levitating experimental park on his own. What? You disappoint me, honestly. Now you still only have a superficial understanding of our current situation. Your title, investments, achievements, and results from the very moment you stepped into Propeller Paradise were all gifts from me to you. Gordon Tannen, have you ever wondered how you managed to procure foreign origin products so easily? You knew of my dealings from the start. Even your stock lists were meticulously picked by my hand. The Trident Arts unit from Lithuania are secret equipment used by the guest Devakta for military training. The power shields used by the Kashmirian campaign knights are disassembled in 3 parts, and you put them to the exhibits of 3 different companies. The Arginian Engine Arts Corps sourced from foreign military equipment. Spark blows up because of them. Went to the brightest bulb in the chandelier, but you have a good eye. Well, the Paradise is indeed a giant testing ground, but it's not not testing those toys in the sky. You got about 10 more minutes, and the sky fever you helped ignite will burn into Colombian flames of fury for foreign spies. Countless exhibits in the sky with their core technologies inside them, they're all military reserves for countering our foreign foes. Naturally, the Paradise will become a base for arms testing. Military? I thought you would have considered ATAO's interest at least. We'll always be of one mind when we send for Columbia. What matters is our country, man. This is apology speech as you're stepping stone to a new role. You might even be able to pull some strings and get you a new role at the Department of Defense. Well, the honesty. Where does sabotage the speech? The fact that you showed up here with a speech in hand means you've already made the wise choice. To be honest, I wasn't sure you'd make a qualified piece forward, but now that little monster beside you answered that question for me. Same as the rich love of their cigars and watches, simply enjoying the sense of superiorities with their little hobbies. My 4 isn't a toy made to cater to the sky fever. Sure, but you're no longer the reckless young man only concerned with invention and modification. ATAO sanded down your edges, educated you in the ways of the land, and made you think to operate within the rules you set yourself. It made you like me. Go, get your little monster ready too. We'll have it join in your public apology. A thing symbol of what Propeller Paradise represents. Gimmicky, kitschy, useless. Absolute waste. Also, your readings are stable. The pod shows no sign of falling any further, while the engines aren't making any strange sounds. We should be safe now, right? 50 meters. Look, Kirsty's pod fell 50 meters. What's that has been? Months ago, I was at the registration center going through the paperwork. I was first in line and chose the most conspicuous levitation pod for my lucky crystal beast. The closer you are to the star pod, the more luck you get. What everyone in the park thinks. If your pod is only a few inches higher than your neighbors. I lined up overnight just to get a spot close to the sky. I had over 100 testers, so it was secure an exhibit spot. And I smuggled contraband just to keep my lucky crystal beast running. This barn. I can tell you no fan of the competition, but this is the basic law of Propeller Paradise. I'm sure you've seen it for yourself on your tours. I get a list of companies and corporate data updated daily, and there are people who just complain about their terrible lives only to head back to the misery. You only got here a month ago. This place, this is a place you just happen to visit. To us, this is our only path to the future, and only a few will survive. Maybe you think I'm just a desperate sick man talking out of his ass. When levitation platforms rise alongside thousands of pods, we just feel the excitement coursing through our veins for no reason, don't we? I poured everything I had into Lucky Crystal Beast. That's why I have to win this gamble. Anyway, even though the incarnation can link multiple platforms and pods to the power lines, range is still limited when calculated outward from the tree. Arian, send a signal to the Sky's team. Tell them we found the pattern of the power connections. Arian, ugh. Tut, the scientific mind is truly brilliant, don't you agree? Thanks for helping us locate our mission. I inform our engineering experts to stop their research. Entering on the platform beneath my feet, have the personnel stationed the perimeter immediately cut all backup power and attempt to reconnect the supply lines through alternative methods. Also, it is highly probable the Rhine Labbers have discovered our plan. Few researchers were found on platform 4, but have been dealt with. All patrols speed up. For anyone using ASAP, your colleagues in the broadcasting studio will buy us time by switching the camera feeds. Fast. Those agents are acting persistent. Those Meander guys fly or something? Are they everywhere? I think we let them away. There's no one here. No! Oof! 5 testers and 2 Rhine Labbers found in support platform 7. They all have been dealt with. We sent to detention on lower level 5 minutes from now. Operation going smoothly, they lack the numbers and are scattered like headless houseflies. Well, everyone excels in their own fields. Not communications equipment or anyone to direct them. What about Nasty? She escaped from lower level cells 10 minutes ago. Contacted and noted between her and any of our staff. He knows the park structure, but it is a disadvantage of such a tight time window. Hide and seek is not a single player game. We'll continue our patrols. A smattering of testers and researchers will not significantly affect our operation. Beware and report back promptly. Wasn't there one more person here just now? Knows me. Thanks for fleeing me back, Mr. Jagger. You're welcome. Good. I told. Being that is knocked down so easily, he still has my knees feeling like spaghetti. Can you run? I can. Oh god, I got a hiccup. We just hiccup. Ow. Ow. Oh. Well, let's split up here then. No time to slow down. Yeah, sir. Let me have a smoke first, Mary. Good look at those screens while I'm at it. First, you fix your gaze at a dozen or so monitors on the wall, and sees the high altitude elevator, the floating platforms, the roadway station. Every inch of Propeller Paradise is displayed on the screens. The bright and bizarre structures in the sky seem to pop out from the screens. A strange sight in the dark room, as if Mercy is attending a postmodern art exhibition instead. Place. What about? Nothing. I just didn't think Propeller Paradise would have such a built-off space. Remind you of our interrogation room. So, I know why you're looking for me. Look at the upper right monitor. You heard the explosion earlier, didn't you? Nearly 10 floating pods connected to the Rhine Lab tree would have been smoking keeps the scrap metal in the waste by now. Harry, I'm sure you know, what sort of force keeps them in the air still? Incantation. I kept this a secret from you, sir. Our colleagues at the Emergency Management Council have only just captured the dangerous criminals responsible for the explosion, and now they have to clean up the mess caused by their own presence. You've seen it. The Banshee's incantation has changed the way the levitation layer connects to the other platforms and pods. The other incident happens, and it'll affect more than just the 9 pods. The situation is dire. Sir, I shouldn't be speaking to you like this as a secretary, or letter agent. I understand my colleagues. I know how the council works. So now, I was looking at the surveillance footage, and they're busy munching on cotton candy. Inefficient methods of deception like that should be forbidden on such serious occasions. I completed my mission on Propeller Paradise, both monitoring Mr. Tenon and the main tech companies and exposing the secrets. I see. The missions were never to ensure the expo ran smoothly. The secret from the start, the explosions now, or the so-called other incident you mentioned. They've all been a part of your plan, yes?
You're keen. You pass.
What exactly?
Let's sit down before we continue.
Sit down.
Come on, you three. Some manners would be good.
Is this a meal-ended trial for a traitor, or...
Or have I finally found time to handle the junior's troublesome evaluation process? Don't worry, I'm just an older far too which to impart some wisdom to the younger generation.
I'm curious what that wisdom is.
Oh, Mary. I'm sure you'll hate this rotten nonsense. 1 year ago, Ryan Labs submitted a proposal to DDC, a product developing tech from Galeria Stellaria, and Congressman Street was inspired to expand the product for the whole country. The secretary burned the midnight oil to prepare a slideshow, showcasing what the congressman saw in his dreams after having seen the sky over Trimont being torn apart.
Foundation zone to bottom of the clouds. Rain or shine, it'll all be under our feet. Dark groups leaving the star pod one by one, as twin moons are covered with Colombian flags.
And so on and so on. Congress voted. How did that turn out?
273 to 65. More than 80% voted, yeah.
And the government is eager to water and fertilize these fantasies. I'm sure you know better than I do how many companies and testers were scrambling to get a Propeller Paradise at any cost after that, Mary.
We need to count.
Nearly half the companies in Colombia have added a sky-related department. Even air fryer manufacturers have been trying to add cloud to applicable product lines.
Tin Man, don't forget about the stocks. There are over 200 subcategories of sky-related concept stocks, the longest registered validity period extending 300 years into the future. The company is willing to only apply for loans with interest rates several times higher than the prevailing market rate. Let's secure a spot in Paradise.
I remember looking through Gordon's case files and coming across a certain Aspen who bought contraband goods from him. Clear inspections. Now, it wasn't because he didn't know the law. It was because he was divorced. He had sold his family assets, was burdened with a hopeless mountain of debt. The so-called lucky Christophe is a high-stakes gamble inside the rest of his life. What a shame.
Shame?
He used to run a grocery store in a town by the shopping routes near DC. And now there might be some pioneers out there still using the tools he peddled. Here he's with this invention, that floating revolving bar where the people turn, but not the beer. What else can you even do with that, other than invite your foes for a drink? Simply put, what he's done is akin to a student frantically writing compliments in the margins, hoping the teacher will give him a perfect score. Take the future as a real test. Who's going to be the examiner? You? Me? Generals of the DoD? Or maybe Congress? Maybe it'll be Casimir's, who just equipped all their campaign knights with power armor, or Leitanian, with their recent addition of basic arts tactics course to all school curricula. Or perhaps Ursus, with this growing army, their mighty force has left their minds empty. Maybe Jaeger is currently shelling the Liberian coast with artillery along with the sea monsters. In those parties, I feared as the sea monsters were the most likely to visit a floating revolving bar.
Sir, you may decide the Colombia's fanaticism for the sky. It is completely meaningless.
Compared to what is happening everywhere else right now, I'm afraid so. Colombia has always been driven by fanaticism. I'm sure you're crystal clear on this, given your background, Mercia. Without a fanatical drive for freedom, we wouldn't have had our frontier ripples 80+ years ago, and we Colombians would still be living under the Victorian seal. Without a lust for wealth, our mass pioneer movement would not have happened, and nearly half Colombian land today would remain an untraversable wilderness even for the strongest of bird beasts. This time, it's just a waste.
I think Propeller Paradise should take the blame.
Would I? Israel accomplished its mission perfectly. Well, one step away. It started the Columbian's zeal more effectively than I could have ever hoped to. Now I just need to redirect it. It's a ruin, through it being destroyed. By who? Wasn't the park good? Wait, this Titans good, smuggled across from a call across Terra, Kashmirs, the Athenians, Sargon, and even Castel. They'll become weapons planted by foreign spies, deliberately intended to ruin Columbia's display of achievements and to destroy our people's fantasies of taking to the skies. 80 plus years later, the Columbia's rage will be ignited once more. Kashmirians might not want to see their tux money turned to knight armor, while Athenian children might just run away from boring basic arts tactic classes. Columbians, we have our fervor. We move to the future. We move forward together, tens of millions strong. As long as we can direct the zeal onto a proper path. Clear our wills and see the truth of everything. Sir, I remember you telling me your story. I thought you always hated war. It's been tens of thousands of years. The number of lost souls in my hand is no less than the casualties of a military campaign. The reason I didn't burn Kazos' furnace then is that I hate making those sacrifices. So this time, an arms race might just be the beginning. You and I know it won't end there, just like how the Great Expansion didn't end with the discovery of some ore. So, the sacrifices Columbia need for this competition won't be enough with just this park. Correct? I told you before, right? Whole bunch of rotten nonsense. The Mainlander Foundation didn't have to explain all this to you, my dear agent. It will come when you will have to accept the truth, even if you don't agree with it. Don't forget your family name, Mercia. You are Celine. This is elevators connecting the park's upper and lower levels have been sealed off. And the only roadway station leading to the tree is also out of service. Nessie gets exhausted herself by getting here, or getting to the end of the night. We're just gonna speed up reading. Sorry. Only paused by her side of little cracks, black smoke building from within. A sign of the core energy modules have been destroyed, and they should have all crashed to the ground. But the pods suddenly remain amongst the clouds, piecing together a precarious path as if an invisible pair of hands are holding them up. Nessie? I think this. I'll go get her. I'll go get her. Aiden rushes towards her, but Nessie takes a step forward, the bricks on his feet shift. Yeah. Already decided. Location, flying donut station. Whistling back up. We tried to intercept her, but something's up here. It's absorbed into the wall. Disorder. As she calls the river the mouth of the convalescence of the banshees, still and calm, where even a child could safely row about on their own. However, unassisted intruders find the dense forest on both sides constantly shifting positions, like a mobile labyrinth with a distant riverbank always hidden beyond thick mist. After a momentary silence, Nessie steps out of the pod into the empty sky. Brick and stone immediately form a floor beneath her. Disorder. Path held together by an incantation. Unbalanced banshees often isolate themselves from outsiders, or decorate their own courtyards with this method. They also use the same tactic to momentarily stall Saria back in the ring lab. This is the path specifically paved, just for her. Surprise, the whole area centered on the tree has been reconstructed by the incantation, but she fails to find the caster within the tree's core, among its roots. Only the roots of the tree are breathing. As always, please verify your credentials. Nessie Lonare, Director of Engineering at Rhine Lab. As she dashes towards the roots, she must confirm if any abnormal changes have happened while she was away. This well is left of the vivarium, and the secret Rhine Lab is protecting at all costs. Now, how the unrest in the park ends, it is only bargaining chip in Nessie's hand. She touches the roots, allowing data to flow into her fingertips, and gather in the branches around her waist. Mulesy has always teased Nessie about being a human computer, and she always took it as praise. In the current situation where biotechnology has fused with Banshee Archcraft, her body is perhaps the best data cable to use. The branches begin to vibrate quickly, a sign of the device overclocking, almost simultaneously. Nessie feels some sort of temperature shift. Not the chill condensation, it's electricity, but body heat. He experiences a strange feeling out of nowhere.
Here now, she'd no longer direct her Ryan Lab's engineering section, checking if a device is still operating normally, but a banshee touching another of her kind. Just like so many years ago, the woman held her own hand and taught her how to blow a leaf whistle. Now she abruptly looks up. Nasty, my child, you're back. Wow, spooky. One lane, but it feels like two. Just like as a matter of fact, you know? Let's see if we can do this with 5 operators. It feels like are gonna need the block in this case. Healing is going to be an issue, as usual. Report. All pods and levitation layer are now connected to the detonation web. Your people on lower levels evacuating people from the square. People are very passionate about the exhibition. It will take some time, but it will not delay our plans. We detonate the levitation layer as soon as Propeller Paradise docks with the district. Moving from Rhine. You take 23 to custody, blah blah blah. You control over the 8 observation points. These people are going in and out of the expedite area and rope station. No special Rhine equipment other than standard maintenance gear. Nothing hide and seek, no plan B. Behind them, they don't know the details of Mainlander's plan, nor do they have any means of communication. Any last gasp effort doomed to fail. Understood. Outline of MaxDC is already visible from roadway stations awaiting area. Agents have not had a chance to enjoy the view of the Propeller Paradise until now. Excellent visibility, all the elaborate facilities of the levitation layer are bringing vitality. Pods float midair like aquatic creatures. Flame mechanical units line up orderly between small platforms, forming a power grid that supports the entire layer. Hey, you see say rise people were? Area and roadway stations. Exactly. Show me. For the movements, there's no way they can reach the platform where that tree is. They're from these pods. I'm not trying to take back the turf at all. Ryan's people, the Esters, and the company reps. They all seem to be flying around blindly in the dark. What's the point of it all? The real warning lights on the edges are easily visible even during the day. They have been blinking regularly for quite some time, quite a while now. Spotters report that all Ryan people have disappeared from sight. Oh, they didn't disappear. They went in the same direction. There's a pattern to their movement. Everybody listen up. Destroy all planting units you see along the way. They're not decorations. Ryan's using them to communicate. Cut off the exhibit area from all roadway stations and find every one of those playing hide and seek. Find out where they're heading. How are they thinking? These two. Middle gamble too. Rough idea, give him a look in your face if you follow what we just experienced. Wouldn't run this kind of risk with me no reason, but there's nothing I can offer you now except... Lucky Kiss the Beast? Say that. What the contraband that Gordon 10 sold you. From the broadcast room to bother me when you should be preparing your own speech. You have the sharp thick hide, Mr. Tannen. Long ago, if all my enemies refused to work with me ever again. Work with you? I'm afraid I can't. Long list of violations I committed during my career. I don't want to spend the rest of my days giving prison doors. Although you're looking for a peaceful life. Besides, my proposal has something to do with Mainlander. A better vantage point than here on the Propeller Paradise, so please too excited to notice that you would miss what's going on. Well, if I gotta say it, broadcast screens list levitation layer searched quickly. Say it's because testing, not convinced about. Doesn't look like they're taking a stroll. They look like they're patrolling. Like, you know what? That danger is impending. Richard tricked me to the plot. I'll plot a foot on Propeller Paradise, alright, as a fact. Well, the fact that I won't let go stop and make a mockery out of this place in front of all Columbia. Your 10 seconds, yes or no? That's a success. 10%. That's not like a gamble you take. I have a choice with that old fox sitting across the table, holding all the cards. And almost certain to fail. Interesting. Tell me about it. You convince as many people as possible to return to the levitation layer. With the redeem equipment and arch units on this list. All contraband that you sold. They have far more potential than just sitting on the spotlight. You want to escape and take all of Propeller Paradise with me? It's time for a heist, huh?
Gustavo and Melander never intended to allow the expedition to go ahead. Opening ceremony was just a smokescreen. Levitation labor will fall a second time soon, but the miracles don't happen a second time. Recipes can afford to start over. Neither can most stardust on Propeller Paradise. Escape and take all of Propeller Paradise. It's the only way to save both Propeller Paradise and the people on the lower level. Propeller Paradise has been traveling in the barren lands for 7 days. Fuel is short, and the plane is operating in safe mode. Basic propulsion module is not enough to change its direction. Our team that the Lucky Crest we got was just a transformation stabilizer. It can't supply enough energy to turn a plate. Correct? But it wasn't the only item the tenant smuggled. I mean, get all the contraband devices and build a makeshift propulsion module to make the plate deviate from its course. Not deviate. Make an about face. About face? Have you idea what you're saying? Direction of the borders. Are the procedures for cross-border travel a little complicated? Be treason! Oh, I can't go to jail. You like Crispy's in the broadcast? My open North will need to see it. In the interest of full disclosure, I must inform you that people won't see Lucky Chris in the broadcast, whether we succeed or fail. So, I'm sorry about taking the unit. Whether you give it up voluntary or not, we don't have time. Point, can't even leave the pod. Someone has unlocked it remotely. What? The floating botanical units outside the window? The flashes the distress call. The current message is cycled after 5 continuous seconds of being lit. Right now, 3, 4, 5, 7 flashes. Looks like the other units on the list have been retrieved. Everyone is rendezvousing on platform 7. Hey, they went out. What's that mean? Even Melana knows what's up. We're in danger. Mr. Aspen, you can either come with me on your feet, or you can go to sleep right here, right now. Well, I guess never get to choose, do we? Now we're just gonna... We have become too tired to talk now. Apologies for anybody that was wanting to listen along. We're super like exhausted. I'm singing the Gordon 10's defense say it. Oh, you did the idea once I apologize according to the script. I guess what? I don't give a shit. Gordon, you're so based. Countdown, Cloud Restaurant, standby. We're operating the broadcast. 3, 2, 1. 2, 5, 4. Yes, sir. Yeet. As the broadcast cuts to the Cloud Restaurant, Spacefin 054, and unprepared Gustav pinging into the ground. Ah, this image. Oh, that felt good. Didn't expect to be mobilized by a little hobby mate to feel sky fever. Yeah, turn things around. When you use that attention that made my ass hurt, running my first software hack that night, wondering if I should quit. Machine 054 started giving off an unusual voice. I broke my vein trying to figure out the problem. Testing every RTN and routine device that passed through my hands, just to give 5 for the ability to operate, communicate, and think on its own. Under the self-correction letters I wrote were the symbol of my submission. My 4 is a real combination of my 7 years at ATAO. This fish is really happy looking. Thanks, passcode 54. Knowledge has the former head of ATAO not disable his passcode when you're tired. Use the security access it granted to disable the urban identification code on the system on the Colombian border. Cool, isn't it? We're going to commit treason for the stupid, pointless children's playground. Amount of roading mortars have never been so clear. Guys are clear, however you're facing self-cleaning artificial clouds combined with natural clouds. We're just speeding ahead now. It's really... It is ramping up, but it's also like getting really overly descriptive and stuff. Yeehaw. All the actors have assembled. Yeah, we can. It's funny that how fast like we can actually read too. Dang, are you like igniting a revolution or something? Jeez. Remember what Father used to say to me? A story is always more interesting than an explanation. Oh, she's literally listing out all their names. So cool. Run, jump, fly. We'll overcome everything that tries to block our path and change us. Whatever trying to understand us. We're the ones who decide to propel Paradise's path. Literally forming a rogue sky like alliance. Oh, it's the horse. It's been a while since we've seen you. Yes. Ow. I just made a finger bleed. Ow. The horse is here. You're late. How late? You're science consultant? Well, just science consultant, I need to return to my land. To walk towards Gordon. Blocks holding 34 ordinary devices safely contained by protective material. And those weightless his hands. He lifts his arm and hands the box over to Gordon. If you want it. Thanks. Oh, what's she doing? Just... I bet you picked the wrong guy. Damn, he is also a collector. The other one was once impaled in my heart. Jeez. Must have all the parts necessary to put together the initial core assembly of a pneumatic plate's mobility layer. Treason is a serious crime. I look up my file. I got enough charges against me as is. Smooth. Oh, now I gotta like trim something. It's been annoying us. Mamma mia, that is a lot of blood. Not like that matters to us, but... Maybe we should have put a band on it. Oh well. Let's just try it through this stream and hopefully not die. If nothing else, Gordon is honorable to his duty. It looks like Tan got one up on Gustav Cloud. A mad banshee on the brink of death might be a bit of a headache to deal with. You, Mary, you can choose to stay here or help our colleagues outside. Seems to think he is back in Castle, taking a revolver and emptying it into the Elder Revenant, trying to stuff him into the furnace. Or was it dumb luck? Did all the memories of their really long lives make it easier for you to manipulate? Wait, so she's literally locking them in the memory replay. That's so cool. Yeah, we definitely need to put a band on that later. That is bleeding profusely. So we are gonna have to actually speed up much faster now because we are currently actively bleeding from a finger. That's not the nicest thing to feel. A little talk of their backstory. It'd be cool if Mercia becomes a playable operator in the future, but it also feels like she doesn't really... her combat style doesn't suit being an operator, specifically.
Shiba come tree. What a journey. Learn some arts, holes from both, and gather some sandstorms all over you. King of Sarkaz at the time was old and foolish. But as the royal courts, even outsiders thought they could turn him into a puppet and thus control Sarkaz. About a year, guess after you raked the land once, alliances are guns erected again. Yo, this image! Green Feline appeared in the horizon, leading a wall of steel that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Steam Knights, Spire Casters, which of the Vio Vanguard? Couldn't tell. When they land to stop, build ships of steel and tubes that breathe fire. Whereas at the towering Wendigos could only whimper, crushed beneath the ships, and our kin fell, raining from the sky like broken kites. No one who heard the wailing that day would ever forget it. The wailing of the Banshee. By that time, me, like Hermeline, and the new king chosen by the crown, leaving new life for the Sarkaz. Conceals all the tokens announcing death coming from outside. You were too smart, and you grew up in Castel. I could not have fooled you. Hoped you could live in the Convalis. Well, the blood dried up considerably. Just like cleaning the wound a bit. What? Let the nerves stop like triggering us. Yeah, so we just like bled a bunch. No, it's not an issue. Wait, do you need like a wash the wound later? How are we gonna do this? Aggressive play? Aggressive play?
時間は待ってくれませんわ。
あなたたちの終幕に挽歌を。
ドクターとは人形はかりそめの命を宿す。
Dang, they go all the way around like that? That's so annoying sounding. Anyways. If only there was something she could still do for Cornvalis, for Banshee, for her. Try to trigger that attack, yeah?
準備任せてください。
Oh boy, second phase. Goody. Oh boy, what the heck is this?
きっと今同じ作戦を描いていますわね。
手伝うね、さきちゃんも。
月があなたをどこまでも追い詰める。
Not like that matters. Not like that matters.
はい。焦っちゃダメだよ。ここの敵予想通りですね。行きましょう。
まだまだ。
Not too bad. It is fun that all the low ground just like vanishes completely.
ドクター、人形はかりそめの命を宿す。
はい。
Goes up first. Send out the homing missiles.
びましたか。たやすいことです。
ドクター、月はあなたをどこまでも追い詰める。
Yeah, no, you can, that debris is not surviving in the clouds.
準備、ここの敵、そんなに怖くない。
Okay, surprisingly not bad. Side moves. Oh, nothing personnel kid. Yeah, we're speeding up. These guys like ramble on like a lot. Oh my god, Arc of Atrahasis is falling from the sky? What's going on over here in this area? Man, truly, like her adoptive mother just literally followed her through like hell, just to see her again. We can read this fast, so like we can speed read. We'll probably like reread it again like later, like off stream. Ah. It's time for her to pass on. Perfect. A perfect tone. These two idiots are still talking to each other, huh? False flag operations are always so weird. Big tree. Big tree. I'm sure there's enough room for a flying tree. that is a line. A line drop.
完全勝利ねえ、せっかくだから打ち上げ行こうよ。
We're probably gonna skip through the epilogue. Just like skim through it, because we're gonna finish up the stream. Sixteen speed. Everyone's back on the ground. Yo, these two. Bros. Bros. Yeehaw, everyone is mostly safe. Oh hey, it's Mosai. Miosis. Dude, seeing the Karanta just sitting there is so menacing. Like absolute unit. Oh, that was fun.
Konnichiwa, Doctor. 訓練に行きませんか?
Oh, hey, Nymph. You already have her. But I think that is pretty much it for this stream. I'm gonna go grab some drink after this and wash our hands so that it doesn't get infected or anything because of this blood. Ugh. I'll pop over here. Oh. Plan. What is gonna happen next week? Well, next week we're gonna obviously have the X stages for Arknights around the same, around Thursday again, so that's something on the list. I don't think... Yeah, no, Zenless Zone Zero has the banner swap, but that doesn't really matter too much. Diablo 2 isn't too important. Yeah, we can play Enfield again. Let's see. That, or we're just gonna do casual Stellasora on an earlier day if we feel like it. Not really much. Wait, actually, wait, hold on. Hold. What is on our schedule? 26th. Oh. Okay. So, okay, we gotta say that then. The 26th on Tuesday, we're gonna be reading through Blue Archive, Decgrammaton Chapter 3, Volume 3, Chapter 3, Part 1 and 2. That is the plan for Tuesday. And then on Thursday we'll be doing the X stages for Arknights. So, that is the overall plan. And now we are gonna go and clean this wound. So we will see you all next week on Tuesday for Blue Archive stream. Wave. Bye. Bye everyone. Have a great rest of the day and or night. We will see you all then.